our attendees in, if you guys are
Okay,
ready.
sounds good. Yeah, we'll be ready in a minute. All right, you guys ready? We can go ahead and get started. All right, I would like to call to order our special meeting. It is now 6 p.m. I'll go ahead start with the roll call.
Councilmember McQuay? Here. Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Gay?
Here. Thank you, Ann. And before we go into closed sessions to see if there's any public comment. And it doesn't appear to be. So at this time, we will go into our closed sessions. Thank you. All right, are we all ready? Looks like we're waiting on Michelle. All right, here we go. We can go ahead and let the attendees in. We have them in. All right, we're ready to start.
The attendees are already in.
Okay, thank you, Anne. We're ready to start. Good evening and welcome to our regular meeting. It is 7:01 p.m. We're going ahead and call this meeting to order. Anne, will you please provide us with a roll call?
Councilmember McQuay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you, Anne. Let's go to item number 3. There are no reportable items for closed session. And we'll go to item 5 with City Manager's report. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. The agenda order has changed and I am prepared to give you my city manager report earlier here and quickly for you. Anne, would you mind please sharing your screen?
Yes, sorry, just a sec, because I went over other places during the break.
Thank you. I'll come back to the screen share and talk through a few of our Public Works items. Public Works is very busy with a lot of construction projects. Adams Street paving project is substantially complete. The project includes ADA compliant curb ramps as well as paving. Another round of sidewalk shaving kicks off this week. Areas were selected from our active transportation priority pedestrian network. And this is a way for us to improve sidewalk passability and safety without a complete replacement of sidewalk repairs. East Bay Mud is performing night work on Wednesday, March 3rd at the intersection of Solano and Ventura. Traffic will be rerouted, so please plan accordingly for that. Also, if the good weather holds, sewer cleaning work will resume next week, starting with the Cerrito Creek sewer between Adams Street and Pierce Street. Also, work has been progressing on Washington Avenue paving project. The city's contractor made significant headway in rehabilitating curb ramps in the area. And we look forward to continuing that work to improve that street section. We also have curb ramps being repaired on Lower Solano Avenue. And are you sharing the screen? Not yet. Yes, okay, thank you. I wanted to just show everyone a couple of things on our website. One is under our community, you will see that we have worked in partnership with the school district to add some information regarding the school district. I appreciate the work that went into this and the partnership with the school district. Also, an important tab that sometimes gets overlooked, but if you go to our main page and you go down to submit, the first item there is a service request. So a couple blocks away from my house, there's been a pothole that I've seen time and time again, and this is the great place if you have one of those to go in and input it electronically if you can. Of course, you could always call as well, but this helps us track it over time and also monitor the progress and effectiveness of response to calls for service. And finally, just a quick note about our parks. Memorial Park and Ocean View Park fields have reopened for baseball season, and the dog park will be reopening on Friday, March 5th. That concludes my report.
Thank you, City Manager, for your report. I think we have one public comment. We'll go ahead and take that.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. I was just wondering if any COVID regulations have been implemented regarding opening the parks for baseball. If the city has any ideas on any COVID safety, is the city supplying masks, or is the city, people do baseball and then the parents sit in the bleachers. So are you going to have bleachers spaced out for COVID? I was just wondering if the city had protocols on opening the for baseball. Also, I'm not sure if we had a chance to make public comment on closed session. I was going to say, if someone could donate a couple $100, to the Lions Club for maintenance or something, how does the public want to donate on that? Is there some sort of community group in Albany? Was this public supposed to get a public comment for closed session?
Public comments were asked prior to closed session, Jeremiah.
Okay, I was on when Peggy was talking or something. Peggy says, "Oh, hey, I'm just taking a nap or something." I don't know what Peggy said. I'm totally wrong. She said, I was there. Anyway.
All right, thank you.
For clarification, Jeremiah arrived after council convened into closed session.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I did see that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was there at 6 o'clock or 6:01. I mean, closed session started at 6 o'clock or 6:01. I was there at 6:01. Whatever. 6 o'clock. I was there at 6 o'clock. 6:01. The meeting started at 6 o'clock. I was there at 6 o'clock or 6:01. I was just curious. That's all. I don't know. Maybe I was a millisecond too late. I don't know how long this closed session was. I logged on at 6 o'clock or 6:01 something. All right.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. City Manager, did you want to speak briefly about the concerns as far as COVID protocol and opening the parks for baseball fields?
Yeah, anyone that is using a city facility is advised of the requirements per Alameda County Public Health, and they would be subject to those requirements.
Thank you so much, City Manager, and thank you for your report. Next, we'll go to item 6. We are at good of the city public comments. Please note that the comments are 3 minutes and that we will speak with, that the comments are strictly for items that are not on the agenda. And so we'll go ahead and open up the public comments at this time and start with the first attendee. Go ahead, Ann.
Susan, go ahead.
Yes, you have a letter from me. I would like to speak briefly just about what Friends of Five Creeks has been doing. It actually does bear on a consent item, so I can wait if you prefer. That is, I don't want to break your rules. I don't know how to do this. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to talk about what Friends of Five Creeks has been doing. I think the relevance will be clear. We have had a wonderful last week or so working with 4 Albany High School interns who are taking AP Environmental Science, doing what to me are amazing science fiction like sampling to detect by remote DNA what critters live in a creek, which if it works long-term is a wonderful way of monitoring and bears on detecting California's true biodiversity. We have another couple of the same Albany High School bunch of interns working on signs on what plants along your creeks were used and how by Native Americans. We put up some wonderful new signs. These are all temporary. On Codornices, we're on the edge of getting the rain gardens on 6th rehabilitated. We're managing to keep up as all of our sites, the weeds are now burgeoning. The point of this is if you approve that maintenance contract that's on consent, we're going to be freer to do a lot more imaginative things for your city than we've ever been able to do in the 20 years that we've been doing hard labor to try to bring these sites back to decent conditions. And so we hope you pass that contract. that, I know that kind of breaks your rules, but I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Susan. Next, please.
Hi, I actually put my hand up, but I guess too late I had a question for the city manager, so I'll combine that with my public comment. My
Okay.
question for the city manager was two things. One is what exactly is happening on Solano? These bulb outs, it looks like they're being made larger. If somebody could just explain to me what's happening, I would appreciate it. And then my other question was for the parks. Are the bathrooms now open? And I also would like to know what happened to the portable toilet on Canes, because I'm wondering people experiencing homelessness where they're supposed to go to the bathroom. So I'm just wondering about that. And then my other public comment was I would like to suggest that the meetings start with land acknowledgement, and also invite students from the school district to come in and say something that they'd written or a poem that they like as a part to take the place of the pledge that's no longer being said, as a way of really including the community and the school district and just drawing the community into the meeting. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Julie. Next.
Good evening. This is Jeremiah. Yeah, referring to the situation with reopening for baseball. I mean, I don't know how the city manager is just going to say, "Oh, Alameda County regulations guidelines." I mean, that sounds really cool. Alameda County guidelines regulations. Oh, it'll all just work out. What has been implemented? I mean, you know, because everybody sits in the dugout so close together. The dugout's really small. So there's no way you can have a whole team fit in the dugout if it's 6 feet. So where's, you know, and everybody's using the same helmet. You know, you're changing helmets with people. What else is going on? A lot of spitting, right? A lot of spitting, sunflower seeds, a lot of spitting's going on. You know, a lot of COVID spitting in the air. You guys have you really thought that through, or just, oh, Alameda County guidelines, regulations. You know, I just don't want to just sound like it's some good words and it's all taken care of. But I mean, has anybody really thought about, you know, the people sitting in the audience, you know, have you taped off the bleachers? Have you put like 6 feet zones? I mean, I don't know. It all sounds good, but I just want to, you know, look in more detail what's going to happen. You know, is someone going to actually approve this, or what's going on? I mean, talk to the coaches or the league. A lot of spitting going on, a lot of germs, a lot of, you know, where's everybody going to go to the bathroom? I mean, there's a lot of people going to the bathroom at baseball, you know, a lot of parents, a lot of visitors. You got a lot of kids running around. Are there any bathrooms open over there? I mean, I think we just remodeled that bathroom, right? So it's really nice. Okay. That's good. Thank you, Albany, remodeling that bathroom. Good job. Good timing. You know, I just want, you know, COVID to be, you know, I just want COVID to be, you know, cool with everybody, you know, having everything like the bleachers organized. I want the city open up baseball. You know, we're going to show other cities. Other cities are going to come to Albany and say, hey, this is how Albany does their baseball. I mean, look what they've implemented for COVID, you know, and just like, you guys got hand sanitizers down there for everybody, you know, maybe a donation for the Albany Little League, you know, some city corp, you know, helping out or something. I don't know. I just want it to be, you know, a little bit more thought of than just, oh, Alameda County regulations, guidelines, kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. I believe that it then. That's all I see.
Yes.
All right. Did anyone on the council have any comments or want to address anything before we move forward? Nope. All right, we will go to item number 7. This is our consent calendar. And what I will do, did you have a question? Real quick, okay. I will go in order as I see you guys and go from there. So I'll start with Councilmember Nason. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'd like to pull item 7.7.
Okay. Councilmember McQuaid.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann.
I also on 7.7, so I'm good.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
7.6 and 7.9 as well, please.
All right. And I also wanted to pull 7.7, so I'm good as well. All right, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment to see if anyone in the public has any items they would like to pull. Doesn't appear to be, so we will start with item 7.6. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember McQuaid, for bringing this to the council and to our attention. I noted that the findings for the whereas statements, one of them regards the value of an independent redistricting body. So rather than the governing body itself, in this case, the Board of Supervisors having authority over adopting district lines, that an independent body would do so, as is the case for the state and for Berkeley and Oakland, as is mentioned. But that finding doesn't seem to relate to anything in the resolve. So I'm more inclined towards this if the resolve includes something about the value and the desire to move towards an independent redistricting body, rather than having the Board of Supervisors in control of selecting its own voters, essentially, is the way it's often put in the electoral reform community. And I do note that the California League of Women Voters has a position in favor of independent redistricting bodies. So I'm a little, I would like to see that adjustment made to the resolution. I don't really want to wordsmith it now. Happy to hear what other council members think on this.
All right. Councilmember McQuaid, this is an item you suggested on here. Did you have any comments?
No, actually, I'm just reading it to see where, I mean, I'm happy to make that change, Vice Mayor. I'm just trying to think about where it could go. We could just add an 11th point, I think.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So my suggestion would be, because I don't, unless you inform me otherwise, I don't think there's any time pressure on this. So rather than try to take time and smith something in right now, maybe that could be addressed and it could be
Do you
brought
want to
back.
pull that out?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and pull that item off. All right. Anything else, Vice Mayor Jordan, for 7.6? Nope. All right. We'll go to item 7.7. Start with Councilmember Nason. I think you were first to pull that.
Yeah, I'm not supportive of sending this letter. I think I have a concern that we have something, we tend to listen to the California League of Cities and not listen with sufficient care to the people who are making the point that cities that do address housing and homelessness may be taking on an unfair burden if we don't ask statewide that all cities participate in the solutions. The League of Cities approach of sort of a coalition of the willing is not a solution ultimately, and in many ways I think potentially aggravates the problem. Some of these suggested amendments make some sense to me. I'd be happy to have, maybe a subcommittee go through it and look at what kind of policies we would advocate for ourselves and want to have the flexibility to choose. But as a blanket matter, I think we need to be supportive of more housing being a requirement for every city in the state, and not just trying to take it on a city by city approach. So that's my preference. I'm going to vote against sending this letter.
Thank you, Councilmember Mason. Councilmember Tiedemann, you were next.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to agree and go further. I think I'd like to pull this from the consent. I really don't think that we should be opposing legislation like this. Housing is a big focus of mine and a thing I have a fair amount of experience with. And cities in California have proven time and time again that with local control and with the housing crisis as it is, they are not doing enough. And so if the state needs to come in and take away some of that local control to make housing get built and solve the housing crisis, then that's what needs to happen. And opposing this sort of thing is a bad look for cities like Albany that do some, but need to do more and need to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. You both, Councilmember Nason and Councilmember Tiedemann, I'm in the same agreement with you guys to not move this forward. I think there's more research needs to be done. We need to have a study for what is applicable to Albany. And so if staff can do that, do a report and just, we're going to tailor things that are more for our city, like, and so I think moving this forward will not be something that I would be willing to do at this time. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I agree. I am perturbed by the subdivision provision though, because it allows subdivision down to essentially by right down to 1,200 square feet. If my understanding of the bill is correct, that's a mighty small property. And I think in Albany with the difficulty of the market finding it economic to build new residences on San Pablo and Solano, we're seeing that the fragmentation we already have is a market barrier. And to have a bill that mandates fragmenting land even further, I just don't think that serves the purpose. I mean, that leads to inefficient land use in terms of the numbers of residences that can be built. So I would be in support of sending a letter that focuses on that, just that part of it. But the rest of it, not as much. And I do note there's some hands raised in the community.
Yeah, but we're still talking because Councilmember Nason. So Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think we just dissolved a couple of subcommittees. This might be the kind of issue that would make sense for an ad hoc subcommittee to come together and talk about. Perhaps we want to do support with amendments, position instead to signal our desire. And I want to say, I think Councilmember Tiedemann, I think that Albany is very enthusiastic these days. We still have a long way to go to do what we want to do, but I think there's a lot of will in Albany to see more housing built and more done on homelessness as well. But there's also a feeling that everyone should be doing their share. We want to do our share, but we want everyone to do their share. So I would suggest this might be something where an ad hoc subcommittee could work on a position that is supportive, signaling our desire to see more housing, but also addressing any technical issues that we think are problematical, and that Albany can illustrate why some particular item should not be part of the state policy.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Anyone, other council members want to chime in? All right, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. We'll leave the comments to 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I pretty much agree with what council members have been saying about this letter. I think the letter goes against Albany's values the way it's written now. Albany is actually chock full of what we call missing middle housing, duplexes, threeplexes, fourplexes. It's exactly the kind of medium density housing that makes Albany the delightful place that it is, that gives us enough people in a small enough space that we can have things like Solano shopping district and public access to public transit and all of that that we value so highly. What this bill is about is trying to make sure that other cities throughout the state can catch up to Albany in creating that kind of housing, because unfortunately the kinds of neighborhoods that people most love, where housing is most expensive, are the kinds that are actually illegal to build by most cities' zoning codes today. So yes, go ahead and consider technical issues that might need to be tweaked in the bill, but the overall principle of it needs to be kept. And unfortunately, the letter as it's written just completely turns that principle around and says that housing for cars is more important than housing for people, and all kinds of other views that I don't think the city of Albany agrees with. So I would support perhaps a new letter if you choose to write one. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So, Albany's doing great though. I mean, we are building housing, right? We got all the requirements. We got to build so many housing per year for affordable. We try to make those goals. So planning and zoning approves these projects where there's 20 houses, 20 units, but we approve a project where there's no parking, implemented. So there's no policy. So you want to build 20 homes, but no parking, so I know we want to keep building, but we got to figure out what's going on. We can't just keep doing these old habits, building these big, things to where people can live in it, but have no regulations, no checks and balances about any sort of policies on building 20 unit complex with, no parking implemented. I don't even see how that could pass with no parking. I mean, so we keep kind of doing these patterns, parking's going to become a problem. I know we want to build housing and stuff, but I mean, we got to, something's got to have some sort of check and balances on parking situation or, I don't know. But I mean, we got to figure a lot of things out. I mean, we still don't even have public showers. I mean, right now in Albany, we're still trying to figure out what do we do for the homeless on homeless people taking a shower. And it's been a year. So I don't see why, we haven't taken action on some sort of shower program for homeless people in a year. So what's Albany doing about the shower program? That's what I really want to know, because it seems like it's right at the grasp. The showers is right there. I mean, we got the key. It's a turnkey operation. So I'm just wondering, if the city could, have permission to operate, some sort of shower trailer for the homeless in the city, because it's almost been a year since COVID came out. Please, something. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Jeremiah for your comment. Next, please.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello, everybody. Michael Barnes here, former council member. Okay, on SB 9, I want to let you know that the first committee hearing is going to be on March 18th in housing. That's Scott Wiener's committee. We'll probably pass out of that because the convention is that if the bill is, although this bill is sponsored by Atkins, not Wiener, however, it will probably pass. But so you have time. It's almost 2.5 weeks if you want to consider something. I do want to address a couple of specific points. We do have a statewide process in which the state does enforce rules on the cities. That's called the RENA process. We're undergoing that right now with our housing element. It's going to be quite controversial this year. Just wait and see. The next point, before you make any decisions, Dan Carrig, who is the former executive director of League of California Cities, wrote a very long, thoughtful piece on this. He's now basically a lobbyist, but people liked it enough that his organization has shared it with everyone. I'd urge you to read Dan's piece before you make any decisions. President Jordan is correct. This bill allows lot splits down to 1,200 square feet. That's 30 by 40 feet. this is not something this bill is not designed to split up overly large suburban lots. This bill is designed to go after small lots in working class neighborhoods and split them up and allow gentrification to happen and allow speculators to get access to these properties. And if you don't believe me, the mayor of South San Francisco, in an article yesterday by J.K. Deenan in the San Francisco Chronicle, made just that point. Next point, there are no affordability requirements in this bill. That's ridiculous. Furthermore, you can vastly increase the number of people living in a neighborhood. There's no impact fees. There's no requirements for developers to, make any improvements. And finally, I just want to point out that I find this ironic. I believe someone on the council, and I'm not sure who, wants to pass a resolution to revert powers to cities so that they can do soda taxes because the state took away those powers. What SB 9 does is take away our powers as a city. There's nothing that SB 9 does that we do not already have the authority to do with our existing rules and procedures.
Michael, your time is up.
Okay, so I would just say that if we want to do what SB 9 does, we can do it. No one stops us from doing it, and we don't need SB 9 to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, Anne. Next, please.
Hi, two of us are going to speak in the 2 minutes. I mixed up the numbers and was going to ask to pull 7.8, and I maybe it's too late, but I just wanted to say I thought it was 7.9 and it was 7.8. So I would like to pull that if it's not too late. I understand if it is. And now David's going to speak.
Thank you.
I appreciate the direction I think you're taking to set up a subcommittee to discuss this. I don't think it should be sent the way that it is. And I think it's time for us in Albany to face up to this. And given the background with the housing element that we didn't deal with for so many years as a community, the way the Albany bulb situation played out, it sounds like everybody's in agreement that we need to move forward in a much different way than our past has been. So I do support that. And thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
That's all.
That's it. All right, I'll bring it back to the council for further discussion. Does anyone else want to add anything? Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, listening to everybody's comments, it seems to me to make more sense rather than having a subcommittee to work on sending a letter. No, I shouldn't say that. I would prefer that we just look at this as a whole issue within Albany. And, we're coming up to look at our strategic plan and see maybe how it fits into our strategic plan. We're also starting work on the housing element. This is where it really needs to go. I don't really think we want to spend a lot of time sending a letter to the state, which, is either one of 400 or not. So I think our time is better served dealing with this in Albany, if that makes sense. And I'd be happy to just pull it off the agenda if that makes it work faster.
Yeah, we'll pull it off. So I have two. Let's do Councilmember Nason and then Councilmember Tillman.
Yeah, I would like us to do a letter, but a support, if amended, type of letter. And I think it is meaningful, very meaningful, to have small cities that are, especially one that has, that did have a history of not being welcoming to housing, weighing in. And I think it's, Mr. Danby mentioned the Albany bulb. One of the, and that was very typical of the problem. Albany was welcoming homeless people to come live out in the Bay. It turned into an extraordinarily bad situation with, a young mother taking her own life, and arson attacks and dog attacks. All kinds of awful things were happening. And we had a problem out there that was really serving a very large region. People were coming from all over. And Albany needs to do its share of the homeless problem, and it needs to do it well. But it can't and it shouldn't be doing much more than its share. Every city needs to do their share. And that's what the legislation is about. It's not about what rules we want to have in Albany. It's what are fair rules to assure that everybody across the state is doing what they need to do to address a statewide problem. And so I would like to go forward with a letter, but I'd like to see an ad hoc subcommittee. And I would suggest, if they would be willing, that Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Tiedemann, who I think are both very well versed in this area, consider taking that on.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember Tiedemann?
So I generally agree with Councilmember Nason, on the one exception being I agree with Councilmember McQuaid that I don't think we need a subcommittee to specifically write a letter. I think we want to make a subcommittee to discuss housing. I think that is perfectly in order, and I would be exceedingly happy to serve on that subcommittee, especially as I've been waiting till we talk about our strategic plan, but I've got a lot of ideas for housing in Albany of what we can be doing that I've started to talk to the city manager about. And I also just want to stress what Councilmember Nason is saying, that, this is about not specifically Albany's rules. This is about everybody else's, because, I think, as several people have noted, Albany may have some problems with NIMBYs occasionally, but we are generally in favor of housing, and we do generally want to do our share. That share is going to massively increase, so I don't think there's any danger of us overperforming on that share, though I'd love to see that happen. But considering what the RENA numbers are going to be, it's much more likely that we underperform. But regardless, I think we are generally supportive. There are a lot of cities that do not have that situation, that struggle a lot more to create new housing, and this is targeted towards them because they are not going to do their share on their own.
I think housing is so central to everything that we do that we are the only committee should be a committee of the whole. Maybe have special workshops and things like that to discuss the issue, but that's not a discrete task for us to delegate to a smaller group to come back with something in a short amount of time so that we can enter the process in a timely way. That's why I suggest something very specific here.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to pull this item. We're going to come back, revisit it within our strategic plan, or, if we want to put a committee later, that's something that we'll need to discuss at that time. But we're going to pull item 7.7 off of the consent calendar. All right. And we're going to go ahead and pull item 7-8. I believe that public asked for that. You want to go ahead and let Julianne?
Hi, thanks for doing that. I'm sorry, I just got the number mixed up. I just wanted to speak to this. I understand the statistics around sugar sweetened beverages. I understand that we're making money on it. I understand that it's going to support, the money is going to do some things that I support. But I also think it's a sort of a privileged point of view. Sugar sweetened beverages are a very inexpensive source of calories. And so I think that this is impacting disproportionately impacting people who have a lower income in terms of being able to buy something that's cheap and fills them up. So I think if we're going to tax unhealthy food, which is my assumption based on the information that was provided, that we should think about taxing other things like maybe hamburgers, French fries, steaks, high-fat cheeses, all of the other unhealthy food that people eat, and we probably make a lot more money off of that. I get it. And I understand that by saying this, I sound like I'm supporting the beverage industry, but I'm not. I'm thinking about who is buying cheap beverages, big, large, giant ones for a small amount of money, who needs the calories, and that I think we need to take a closer look at what we're doing by supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As far as I understand, I'm in, support or whatever. I mean, I don't want any taxes to be taken out of the sugar sweetened beverage tax that we already got just to disperse it. I mean, I don't know if I read that correctly, that the government wants to tax on dispersing the money from there. So there's a tax on the generated income from the tax. I don't know what exactly that seems like to me, but I mean, as far as, a way I think we could protect our money. I think the longer we keep that money in the general fund, some pretty basic general fund. Oh, hey, what do you want to do today? Oh, let's go get some money out of the sugar sweetened beverage tax fund, $300,000 a year. See, it kind of seems like the popular, go to, free budget, money. Let's get some money from the sugar sweetened beverage, because it's a general fund, right? So it's a general fund. So you can use it for any new good idea, right? Why don't we put that in a specific fund to where that money from the sugar sweetened beverage tax can only be used for creating public drinking water filling bottle stations, education on health, implement things at the school district, in the public, in the parks, more water. I mean, here's money, but you got all this money for this water and this healthy thing, but you want to use it to hire crossing guards, $100,000. Think of all the water filling stations you could have put in public parks in Albany with. I mean, come on. So let's put in a specific fund to where the money's used, where it's supposed to go, instead of everybody trying to tap into some sort of piggy bank. It's not a piggy bank, okay? You're supposed to use the money for the right thing. That's politics, right? It's not being about greedy and selfish, about using the money generated for the right thing, why the money was generated in the first place. Water filling stations, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, this is Corey Dosty, they, them pronouns. Just to Julie, I had similar feelings about it being an affordability thing and calories and who does it affect. But I worked briefly with the Praxis Project, who work with Healthy Black Families, Inc. and Berkeley Food Institute, and have done some very good workshops on soda tax equity. And the fact that soda taxes were banned was lobbying by the beverage industry, and it takes away that independent control. So I'm in support of the item as it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Brian Beal, speaking on behalf of myself. As you may recall, I served on the Economic Justice Commission, a Social and Economic Justice Commission, when this matter was considered. We received a paper from Dr. Ritterman in Richmond describing the health impacts of soda on the liver. It's not the soda tax that's taxing poor people. It's the beverage industry and other industries' exploitation of people's need for food to generate profit instead of paying attention to our health. And I also would like to remind people that the soda tax is not a tax on the consumer, it's a tax on the fluid that is distributed. So it's not being paid by the consumer. The thing that's being paid by the consumer is the healthcare cost that we're curing from eating unhealthy food. The idea of extending it to other areas, I think, is a good one. The thing that I've noted, if it were possible to do, is the so-called, it's a meal deal that is sold, where you're offered a discount that makes it look like you're getting a better deal if you take a soda, if you take even more unhealthy food with the already unhealthy food that you're purchasing. So I would encourage the Albany City Council to continue in the direction of encouraging healthy. I also wanted to point out a somewhat unrelated item, but I expected this meeting to start at 7:30 tonight. It's on the city's website. It's starting at 7:30. I prepared a significant talk for the open comment, which I'm not going to be able to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, it looks like we're all done with the comments. Vice Mayor Jordan, if you want to go ahead and.
Yeah, I thought I would just address one of the questions, which is this about the state levying a tax on our tax in essence? And in fact, it's not about that. I cannot show confusion because it's confusing. This is about the state having preempted any other jurisdiction from implementing a sugar sweetened beverage tax. So essentially closing the door to all other cities and counties after San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, and Albany passed their taxes over about a 4-year period. So the desire is to make it so that other cities could avail themselves of this tool if they wanted to. I thought it'd be useful to hear from the city manager, if I could put her on the spot, because there was a question about how the funding has been spent. And so I was curious, I know bottle filling stations have been installed in a number of parks. I don't know if all of them have them now.
I have to go back and look, Vice Mayor Jordan. I believe all of the parks do have them, as well as the Albany Greenway, as well as city facilities. The funding is directed by the council each year as part of your budgeting process, including input from a subset of advisory bodies as written into the ordinance for recommendations on the use of that funding. It is clear, and I want to be clear with this, that in the ordinance language as approved by the voters, it is a general fund tax, a general tax, general fund revenues, which uniquely are being treated as special purpose funds.
Yeah, so I just want to emphasize from my perspective, and I'm a new council member, but I watched this before I was on the council, and I felt that the council did keep faith with the recommendation of the voters, and that spending some of this revenue on crossing guards was in line with the recommendation to spend it on programs and infrastructure that would support public health. And certainly the crossing guards are part of supporting public health to the extent that they allow people to use active transportation to be able to get to the schools. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Anyone else? Also, City Manager, is there any way you can come back with the information that Vice Mayor Jordan has requested regarding the waters and making sure that we have them in the areas?
I'm sorry, Mayor, the information
that Vice Mayor Jordan has requested
regarding the location of the bottle fillers?
Please.
Yeah.
And in more detail, what that tax is being spilled for. I know it's in the general fund, but if you can provide us with additional information, that would be great.
Sure.
Councilmember McQuaid, you have a comment?
Let me
Thank you.
Respond. Yes, they're in all parks, and as part of your upcoming budget study session, you will receive the update on the sugar sweetened beverage tax.
Okay, thank you so much, City Manager. Councilmember McQuaid, did you have?
The only thing I was just getting a little concerned that the agenda item is not where the water bottle fillers are, but rather the idea of supporting other cities being able to pass this resolution, not about our specific tax measure.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll move to item 7.9. Vice Mayor Jordan, you pull that?
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to, I guess, ask a couple of questions. We have received a letter from Friends of Five Creeks, and it asks, when will the promised annual maintenance meeting with stakeholders occur? So I was interested in relation to that, I'm getting any information that might be readily available to the city manager on that question.
Okay.
I will defer to our Public Works Director, Mark Hurley.
So am I on yet? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead. Thank you.
So yeah, the annual meeting is something we've tried to morph into the presentation that Margot, our Natural Resource Coordinator, does every year to the Pros Commission. It's a bit tricky because it involves Berkeley as well as UC Berkeley, and we're trying to coordinate everyone. So I don't have a complete answer of when that is, but we're working with with them to try to get a meeting to do the annual input meeting. But ideally, we want to morph it to an already scheduled meeting, so it's there every year at the same time. But that's one of the things that's we haven't done quite yet.
My guess, and I'm not up close on this, but my guess is that the stakeholders had the impression that there would be a meeting between staff and the stakeholders that would lend itself to more dialogue than can often occur in an advisory body meeting. So I'd encourage you to reach out to Friends of Five Creeks to make sure that everybody has the same understanding of what is expected. I appreciate that. Thank you, Director Hurley. And then I had one other, well, I think Councilmember Nate. Okay. I had one other point in response to the letter. The letter said there's been no action regarding a trail along Cornesis Creek between 8th and 10th. And I just want to clarify that the engineering is complete for that trail, and the city is putting for a grant with the Alameda County Transportation Commission to build that. So it is moving forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, since it's been pulled, I just wanted to make a comment about how exciting and great this is. It's just really good to see, and I want to congratulate everyone involved, Nicole Almaker and Mark Hurley and Margot Cunningham from the city staff, and also Susan Schwartz and the Friends of Five Creeks. It's just, Urban Tilth is a terrific organization. I think we often forget, we think of ourselves as sometimes as a neighborhood of Berkeley and sometimes as part of Alvarado, but we forget that we share a border with Richmond, and having Urban Tilth here and partnering with a Richmond organization is really, and such a wonderful organization, is really exciting. And I just want to congratulate everybody involved.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. I concur. Anyone else on the council before I go to public comment? All right, it looks like we have 2 hands raised right now. Go ahead, please.
This is Jeremiah here. Has anybody reached out to the Native Ohlone Bijan Native American Indian tribe about anything happening in their creek? I just didn't know if you guys wanted input from the natives, regarding some sort of land acknowledgement or good communications, transparency on what's happening. I don't know if the city council or anybody reached out to the Native Americans right there. So far as respect to the creek, or I don't know, is this a first reading of this? Is it supposed to go to a second reading for next meeting for this to actually pass? I'm not sure what things result in having 2 readings. So I remember used to things on the agenda or something used to have a second reading to actually pass. Like the first time was public, and the second time is the first time here. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Just has anybody actually, asked what's going on with the Native Americans? What they want or anything? I'm not sure 100%. So a 3-year contract. Is there some sort of yearly review process going on here? Some sort of report back kind of thing. And are the tools electric? Are they going to use electric tools? Or are they gas powered? What's going on in the creek here? What kind of tools are they going to be using? How much is the city paying, for these services? Well, what's the city representative? Who's the city, natural areas? What's going to go on with the construction? The university wants to build construction, over the creek. Are you guys going to talk to each other with a 2x2x2 meeting?
All right, thank you, Jeremiah, for your comments. Next, please.
Hello, Good evening. I just wanted to comment briefly in complete and total support of this project, and acknowledgement of the fact that this is a really exciting process forward. But I also wanted to ask the council to think a little bit about the social equity and inclusivity considerations as we let contracts for $300,000 from taxpayers' money to this particular very well appreciated and respected organization. So who in this watershed stewardship restoration field crew of urban tilth will be making the living wage that's required by the city of Albany? I understand that there's an intern project and that interns don't necessarily make a living wage, but some people are paid at a wage, and I'm just concerned that we pay attention to the fact that we have this ordinance within the city and that we need to really understand as a community where our tax dollars are going. So yes, indeed, we will have interns, and yes, indeed, they will not make a living wage, but who within this agreement is going to be making a living wage, and how will we measure that, and who's responsible for that at the city level? So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. I believe that's all the comment from public.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Any further discussion on item 7.9? No. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I would like to ask the city manager about the any information about the payment rate to Urban Tilth.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Mark, please share information. I do want to note that this is prevailing wage, which is different than living wage.
Yep. So this is a prevailing wage contract. So everyone will be, everyone working on the contract will be paid the prevailing wage, which is higher than our living wage. And they have certified payroll. So that's how we track it. That's that we review with each invoice.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the information. And I also note there was a comment that the university is planning to build graduate student housing over a creek. That is not correct. To my knowledge, they are not planning to build housing over a creek.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Mark, for your time. All right. Any other comments from council? All right. All right. We'll go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I'm going to jump the gun. I was going to make a motion to approve.
Not right now.
Okay, sorry.
Hey, let me finish, and then you can make your motion. And so it looks like a motion will be required, but we are pulling items 7.6 and 7.7. Is that correct? Is everyone in agreement? All right. Now, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
I move the consent calendar minus item 7.6 and 7.7.
Second.
Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Mason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you, everyone. Before we move to the presentations, I just wanted to address one of the comments earlier about the time that the meeting start on the calendar. It looks like the meeting says 6 o'clock. I was unable to find anything that said the city council meeting started at 7:30. So just want to make sure that we were all on the same page, that the meetings now start at 7 p.m. every other Monday, unless it's a holiday. All right, we're going to item number 8, presentations. We'll start with 8.1 and we'll go ahead and ask for a staff report.
Here we go. Hi. All right. So we're bringing you an update to the fiscal year 2020-21, the current fiscal year budget. And I do have a PowerPoint that I can share, potentially. There we go. Okay. So again, this is an update to the current fiscal year budget, which started July 1st of 2020 and ends June 30th of 2021. First, I wanted to go over the budget process in general. We are currently in the second year of a biennial budget. Albany budgets 2 years at a time. And so this is the second year of that biennial budget that was passed in June of 2019. Generally, we have a couple of different updates to the budgets. If necessary, we have a mid-year budget update. We didn't need to do one in 2019-20 because our budget was, within reason for where we were. And then we normally do a second year update. Because of COVID and a number of other things, including the tax measures that were on the ballot in November, we didn't do that update in June. We pushed it off. We brought some estimates to council in September, but it was decided at that time to hold off until we got a little bit more information about where things were going with COVID and after the taxes had been voted on. The next biennial budget is for fiscal years 21-22 and 22-23, and we will be bringing that to council probably in late May for a final passing in June. And there will be a number of changes and everything then, but right now we're just doing an update to the current year budget. So when we look at a budget, the question is, what are we really looking at? And so I wanted to kind of discuss my thoughts and how the city staff approach budgets. And when we're bringing you an update, what are we updating? So budgets change based on historical trends. So if I'm looking at the last 5 years and we haven't spent a line for the last 5 years, can we lower that line? Or if we've overspent it, do we need to increase it? Another thing that will change a budget is if we, start a new program or there are policy changes at the council level that require us to shift some of our budget around, if there are new ongoing projects. What doesn't change a budget is, extraordinary items. So a good example of this with COVID is you'll see that on our passport line, there's revenue under the city manager, and we normally assist people with passports, and the city gets some money to reimburse administrative costs with that. Because we've been shut down, we haven't been doing that. Now, I'm not going to change the budget on that because we plan on opening up again. We plan on having that revenue. This isn't, it's an item that's out of the ordinary. It's not something that I'm going to change the budget for. That would be something that we'd more change a cash flow projection for. We also don't change it for one-time purchases, for capital purchases or things like that. This is the operating budget that we really want to see, a trend on. We don't want it to go like this. That doesn't help us with planning, and it doesn't help us prepare for the future. So what are we looking at? What's changed? So we brought a number of changes in September that had to do with salaries and benefits. It had to do with some MOU changes that had passed after the passage of the biennial budget originally. And it also is updating to more recent staffing levels. So did we have any, single people get married and so now they have 2 people on their health insurance? Or were there any babies? And so now we have a family instead of 2 people on the health insurance. So those kind of benefit changes are added into the projection. And that was all done and brought in September. The only major difference between the expenses in that was brought in September and the expenses that you see in front of you now are the adjustment of the Treasurer Department. In 2019, when we passed the biennial budget, we did not count the closure of the Treasurer Department being merged into finance. So with this change, we've just said all the expenses in the treasurer are done, and those are the expenses that are going to be there. And then you won't see that department anymore going forward. Revenues, there are more changes from September to now. So as I talked about before, we're not changing the budget for things that are out of the ordinary or aren't going to have an ongoing impact. So for example, some fees that we might not be collecting now, we're not going to put into the budget because we anticipate collecting those in the future. So it's just going to show as us not hitting our budget this year. Sales tax changes, we do anticipate being long-term changes. We do not anticipate having last year's collection levels this year or even next year. In talking to our sales tax consultant, we think it's going to be a 3 to 5 year recovery for that. So we have lowered that projection, but we actually were able to increase it a little bit from what we presented in September. We've brought a little bit more in than we thought we would have. So it's still a reduction from the previous year, but it's not as reduced as we originally thought. And then we were able to add in the 2 new tax measures, the UUT increase and the real property transfer tax increase. Now, the UUT increase, part of it is effective in March and part of it is effective in April. So we aren't going to see a full year's revenue for the budget that you have in front of you. This year, we're only showing 193,000 of anticipated increase, whereas next year you'll see the full amount that was proposed on the ballot. And the real property transfer tax is the same thing. That went into effect January 1st. And so we only see half of what was put on the ballot as a full year's worth of increased revenue. Next year, we'll be able to increase it to the full 300,000. And so that is it for my presentation. No questions?
Thank you, Heather, for your presentation. Let's start with, looks like Councilmember Nason, did you have something?
Yeah, right now we're just doing questions, right? Not comments.
Correct, no comments.
So I did have the question whether the numbers, the spreadsheet was dated March 1st, but my assumption is that the figures relate for the budget percentage year to date relate to an earlier period. Is that correct?
The March 1st was the presentation date. The year-to-date actuals in the report are mid-February. I don't remember exactly when I ran the report. I think it was like February 10th or something like that. You'll receive your normal quarterly update for the end of March in the beginning of May.
Okay, when we get year-to-date reports, let's try to get them dated and let's have them relate to the end, ideally the end of a quarter. I think it might be that we want to, in a situation like this, maybe have it be the end of February, although, you know, for a March 1st meeting, that's not really realistic. But it would definitely be good to have it at the end of a standard period so that it's more meaningful when we're looking at the percentage of the total budget. I'm wondering about expenditures from the $300,000 that we set aside for the waterfront. and whether any expenditures are anticipated from that amount this year.
So the presentation that you received, and except for the items in Public Works where we're actually allocating the reimbursement of specific special revenue funds, anything that you set aside as a reserve fund, like the $300,000 for the waterfront, is something that's budgeted and appropriated separately. So that is something that we would not be part of what you have in front of you right now.
Even if they are relatively small things, they would be budgeted through to the capital improvements or another process.
Correct.
Okay. Could we get a report on that maybe at the next meeting where that stands? Maybe maybe you could convey that to the city manager, and we could get the council could get a report just on what expenditures are programmed from that.
Sure.
That's it for my questions. I have some comments when we come back.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nason. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Director Radden. I see that the transfers in are up about $1 million, and general government is up about $1 million between adopted and proposed. I have a guess what that's about, but better to ask you as the expert.
So the transfers in are mostly due to the way we changed the Public Works budget. Public Works previously had budgeted expenditures in multiple funds. And so it was really hard for both staff and the public to get a handle on what was really being spent on different, especially maintenance. Like I use the parks budget as an example all the time. The parks budget is funded by 3 or 4 different revenue sources, including general fund money. And one of the things that we worked on this budget, and Public Works was very great about this, working with me, I was very demanding, was saying, okay, this is what we need overall to really fund park maintenance and make sure that we are, this is what we need. This is the money that we need. We're not doubling anything up because it's in 3 different places and nobody remembered where we put the money. This is exactly what we need. That's it. And then we said, okay, well, how do we fund that? What expenditures can be funded by this revenue source? Okay, what can be funded by this revenue source? So instead of putting those expenditures in 4 different funds, we put them all in the general fund and we're reimbursing with those special revenue funds. So that's the majority of what that increase that you see in transfers in is. And what was the other question?
Yeah. Thank you for the explanation. Very helpful. I know you've given it before, but it's got to sink in through the cranium there. So I appreciate the next go round. The other question was the general government going up by $1 million or so.
That is mostly due to adding in the unfunded pension liability payment. That previously had not been budgeted, and we kind of just lucked out that we didn't spend as much in other places, and it could be covered by, the surplus from unbudgeted items. It's very important that this be budgeted, and so the majority of that increase, and if you think about it, that payment is about $2.3 million. So we cut a number of other things in order to only increase the budget by that $1 million.
Yeah, I did notice that recreation and community development were $1 million and $500,000 down relative to the adopted. I have a guess on the recreation side why that might have occurred, but you could expand on that. And if you could also expand on community development, because I don't have a guess on that one.
So we did a lot of work with recreation, especially with, COVID and the closures and kind of just efficiencies in that department. I don't know, Nicole, do you want to talk about the work that we did with the recreation budget?
Sure. It primarily is unfunded positions right now. So as positions became vacant, we did not fill them because of the uncertainty of the budget and the deficit that we've been experiencing. We continue to monitor that to see how and when we can bring people back when the budget's a bit more stable. And after the pandemic, ideally when we're able to do more of what that department typically does. With regard to community development, I think department to department, significant cuts were made again, specifically to catch us closer to our deficit and balance that budget, or as close to that as we could.
Yeah, if I could just follow up on that, it's a 40% reduction relative to the adopted budget. So that's quite a cut. It's a big enough cut that it seems like that would mean something or a lot of something aren't able to be done.
I know that a lot of it was professional services. I can pull up. I can look into it more and get you kind of a better idea of what exactly we cut. The idea behind the cuts that were made was not to reduce services. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create efficiencies in the budget. I know that some of community development we're funding now with some special revenue funds. There are a couple of transfers in. I know Stop Waste, Measure D, we're funding portions of a salary with, and I think there's one other thing that we're bringing in to cover the transportation coordinator's position. And so we're really just overall looking for efficiencies, but we don't want to make cuts to service. What we're presenting is what we think that we can get by with and still provide the service that we, have been tasked with providing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason, did you have a question? Nope. Okay. All right. Any other city council member has questions? All right. We'll go ahead, and it looks like there's no public comment. Councilmember Nason, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. And I wanted to point something out. And to the new members of the council, you're going to get used to hearing me talk about this whenever we talk about finances. I think it's really important that, we've made fabulous progress. It's really important that we get to the point of being able to have longer term financial plans. And I think an example of that is that this budget, it seems to me, is playing a kind of a dual role of long-term and short-term budgeting. And we see that in the difference between how the police department budget and the recreation department budget are treated. Remember that we talked about how the police budget had fallen year after year after year until it was under 6 million. And right at the time that we were suddenly getting inundated with emails from people saying, cut the police budget, we got an increase in the budget to more than 8 million from under 6 million. So we were going with what appeared to be a 33% increase in our police budget at that time. And it was explained to us, no, that was not an increase. Those were budgeted positions that need to be considered as a long-term employment matter. So those were in the budget, even though everyone knew from day one that those dollars would not be spent. And you have to contrast that with what we see with the recreation department budget being dramatically cut for good reason, because we're not spending that money. And if we had a long-term budget, then we could also have a short-term budget, and we could get projections of what the staff thinks we will actually spend in a particular year or a particular biennium. And then we can budget according to the city's priorities for current matters, but also with an eye to what we are going to need over the long term. So I wanted people to understand, when we talk about a budget, our budget for the police department is a different kind of thing than our budget for the recreation department. And it's a distortion that is introduced. I think that I understand the reasons why it's being done, but it's a distortion in our budgeting process that is necessitated by the fact that we don't have any long-term financial planning going on. And we really, especially with what goes on with pensions and post-employment benefits, we need to get into the long-term financial planning business as soon as we can. That's one comment. And if you want to comment on that in response, Heather, that's fine. I just, I hope I understand correctly why, we have those very different kinds of numbers here.
So the key difference is we plan on filling the police positions. We do not plan on filling the recreation positions until we are able to raise additional revenue in order to cover the cost of those positions. The police department, we're budgeting for the positions because we're actively trying to put people in them. With recreation, we're not budgeting because we're not trying to put people in them.
What people say sometimes is a plan is a dream with a deadline. And we don't have a deadline. We have been, those positions have been vacant year after year after year. So we don't have a plan necessarily to fill them within the period covered by the budget. I don't think we're going to be fully staffed in the police department by June 30th. And even if we were, we wouldn't be spending the entire $8+ million because we've already gone through a good portion of the year without those positions filled. So, I'd just rather we had a clean, a consistent treatment in our budgeting, and that we get projections that are actual projections of what we expect to spend. What do we expect to spend by June 30th of this year? And what do we expect to spend of June 30th next year? And those may be very different numbers from what we would like to spend in an ideal year, based on a long-term plan for meeting all of our obligations. So there's that. The other thing I did want to bring up, there's a couple of items that I've talked about in the past pretty consistently, and that I just like to, kind of put a mark on it, that once we had a complete CAFR, and, again, congratulations and thank you for getting that to us. I would very much like to see us, the most recent, we have an issue with our dependency, the level of our dependency on revenue from Golden Gate Fields. And obviously the UUT and the transfer tax changed that picture to a certain degree. I mean, we still have some complicated issues to work through about these, and it came up earlier that I think that the tax that got the highest support was the ambulance tax, but it didn't pass because it was a special tax. These are general taxes, but they are general taxes that have a connection to specific issues, and we're going to have to deal with that. But in any event, I'd like to see us get some numbers on how dependent we are on this one industry, horse racing. I think that most of what comes in from Golden Gate Fields is property tax that's going to come in anyway. But I think it's important for us to know how much really is dependent on horse racing as best we can. And I know that there's sales tax issues that may not be disclosable, but let's get the best information that we can get. How dependent on Golden Gate Fields. And I'd also like to see, especially as we prepare to talk about expenditures of the UUT, I'd like to see some analysis of Measure M, which was the parks maintenance tax, and how that, not the technicality of how it was coded to, different expenses, but the actual impact that it had on our parks maintenance budget. And there's a certain issue there of keeping faith with the voters, not that parks maintenance should have gone up by the same amount as we brought in through Measure M, but it should have gone up. We're paying extra taxes for parks maintenance, and we want to see that we're getting more parks maintenance than we were getting before we started collecting those taxes, if that makes sense. So those are two requests I'd like to make, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember Tiedemann, I think you were next.
I was just seeking to note that we had a public comment put their hand up the second that we looked away from them. So I just wanted to make sure we got to that.
So thank you for bringing that to my attention. If you want to go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back for any further discussion.
Mayor, and how many minutes?
Let's do 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. I appreciate this. So regarding the budget, I'm sure the city probably has some staff that applies for grants. I'm not sure, how to add to the budget. That's always something we're looking for, is more money for the budget. Secret website to go on the california.gov, hey, City Albany, is there a list of grants, like the MLS real estate, only the real estate agents get this this book on grants, from the state, COVID grants, all this sort of stuff, right? Maybe we can get more grants for the city on. And I think, maybe I'm trying to think of ways the citizens would want to spend money on the city, and the city can make money from the citizens, right? That's a tough balance, right? So how does the city make money from the citizens? Well, I think, Solano Stroll, certain things, you don't really want to charge the citizens. It's kind of a fine line, right? So I think if the city of Albany, puts more money into actually the school district, I think a lot of parents and a lot of people will be happy. So people will be, hey, let's add to the city's budget. Let's go to the city event. Let's, pay for our dogs, some sort of $20 permit to have a dog in Albany. They feel more inclined, throwing down $20 on their dog, having a dog permit, if they feel more comfortable. Maybe the city was working a little more with the school district, like maybe putting the school district meeting on the city's website, so everybody sees it on the public calendar. But adding to the budget, more grants and some sort of way to where the people are happy, all the parents from the school district, some sort of parents would want to spend money in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Looks like we don't have any additional comments.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. One more. Sorry, I saw it. Go ahead, please, Jennifer.
Hi there, Jennifer Hansen Romero. I just wanted to comment as far as the different departments and the budgeting. My one concern, or has been kind of a concern for a while, is the Public Works Department. I feel like they are significantly understaffed right now, especially with the fact that we've had 2 long-time workers within the past 2 years who served us well for over 30 years. Pat and Gary recently retired, and now we have Mark actually on disability, I guess, right now. I'm just concerned that we don't have enough boots on the ground kind of thing to take care of all of our city needs, like basic services. I'm just concerned overworking these employees. And, I say that loosely. I'm not trying to say that we do overwork them, but I'm just concerned that with the amount of employees there and the amount of work that is needed just in general maintenance, I'm concerned that they could be overworked, that we don't have enough support for them. And I just want to really take a look at that if possible. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jennifer. Let me double check. All right, doesn't appear to be any comments. I'll bring it back to City Council for any further questions or concerns, comments. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I noticed that expenditures are running far ahead of revenue on a percentage basis. And again, because I'm new at this, I'm sure there's sort of a scheduling mismatch between those two. It might be helpful for me to hear a little bit about that.
So the fact that expenditures are increasing at a faster rate than revenues?
No, it's not that they're increasing. It's that on the year to date, the revenues are 43% and the expenditures at 56%.
Yeah. So that's actually common. A lot, property taxes are due in 2 installments, and they're not in great places when you're looking at, month to month throughout the fiscal year. And then there's also a handful of UUT returns that come in at the end of the year. So oftentimes when I do my quarterly reports, I'll kind of point out when those things happen. It normally starts to even out around December. This year, property taxes are coming in a little bit more sporadically, but they are still coming in on track. I don't anticipate any drops in that, but it's not uncommon for expenditure revenues to come in at a slower pace and kind of not be on the 50% to 50%.
Okay, thank you. Although I believe the first property tax installment was due from property owners in November, maybe. So I guess they float that money for quite a while.
Some people just don't want to pay on time.
Oh, so it's that. It's not. So it's at the property owner level, not the assessor handing on the money to us.
Correct. The assessor sends us money on a monthly basis based on when people send money in, and then they keep a portion for a fee, and then they also keep a portion assuming that people aren't going to pay. So
okay, and then I see that we have a deficit. City has a deficit this year that's coming out of the reserve fund, I believe. If I recall correctly, it was a 25% sort of reserve fund policy for the general fund. So how, after paying that deficit, what percentage will the reserve fund be at?
So
approximately,
if I remember correctly, we will be right at basically the 25% after using this million to cover, assuming we actually realize that deficit. Just because we have a budgeted deficit, kind of like what Rochelle was talking about, it doesn't necessarily mean we're actually going to realize that. That's the difference between budgeting and cash flow that I was talking about earlier. But, that doesn't mean that we aren't going to need it when we're fully staffed. And if it's there, there are a lot of things that department heads are just kind of like holding back on, because I keep looking at them and saying, you don't have money. So, if the money was there, I'm sure we'd, be refurbishing things on a much, closer schedule and things like that.
Thanks for doing the difficult job of holding the line.
When I first started, everyone was like, it's so great you're here. And I was like, until I do my job.
And then a member of the community asked about the public works staff. I didn't know if the city manager wanted to comment on that.
Yes, we have 3 recruitments open right now, 1 for our capital improvements project manager and 2 for public works staff, maintenance staff. So we are actively seeking to fill those positions.
And what does the city consider a fully rostered maintenance staff? Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it, I don't know.
5.
5.
5.
It's
So-
5, but that is supplemented with contract services. So for landscaping, the council approved a contract tonight for open space maintenance. We also have a contract for landscape maintenance. So we aim to supplement and to help support the ongoing need and increased need for continued maintenance throughout the city. Another example would be graffiti management as well, where we have a contractor who helps keep things painted.
Okay, so not actually 60% below full strength, but below full strength by a lot on the city side. So the concern is, well, hopefully those positions get filled. Thank you for the information.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. So just looking at the resolution, is there any changes or modifications that need to be made before we adopt this? Anyone? No, everything looks good? Okay. All right, well, thank you, Heather, for your, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I was just I'm jumping the gun again.
Go ahead.
Trying to move it along.
Go ahead.
So I will go ahead and move resolution 2021-16 to adopt the proposed second year budget of the biennial budget.
Have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councilmember Tina. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion
And again,
carries.
thank you, Heather, for your report. All right. We will move along to item number A2, which is Albany Cares Program Update.
Hi. Thank you, Mary Gary. Hello,
Hi, Sid, how you doing?
hello, council members. Thank you, Mayor Gary. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, thanks again. Tonight we'll be presenting the Albany Cares program. CARES stands for Community Access to Resources and Services. Albany Cares has been serving Albany's most vulnerable low-income residents since 2019. The staff provide individuals with responsive, friendly, kind, compassionate, professional services. All engagements are confidential. The program is staffed by one part-time director, Anne Marie Heineman, who will be presenting the CARES annual report in just a bit, and a dedicated team of volunteers. Because of COVID-19 and the shelter-in-place order, drop-in hours have been suspended and volunteers are not actively involved in day-to-day engagement. Anne Marie is collaborating closely with senior services staff. Senior services staff have been operating the city's information line and forwarding referrals to Anne Marie and other appropriate resources. Pre-pandemic, CARES held drop-in hours at the Senior Youth Annex, which is at 842 Masonic Avenue. That is the house next door to the Senior Center. Individuals could drop in for service needs on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And Anne Marie was available other days via telephone, email, and by appointment. Since the pandemic, Anne Marie has been working remotely, connecting individuals to services by phone and email. The pandemic has exacerbated existing crises in residents' lives and caused new problems as well. There was a significant increase in the number of clients experiencing homelessness seeking assistance this year. Anne Marie will describe those challenges further during her presentation. The program's outreach pre-pandemic included flyers, posters, banners, signs, all were distributed to city facilities and around town. Staff and volunteers canvassed local businesses and organizations to offer program information, cards, and posters. Recently, we collaborated with the Albany Library to set up resources information station in their lobby to provide immediate access to resource information. We also met with the library staff to present CARES services and how to refer individuals to CARES. Albany CARES has participated in community events for in-person engagements such as the Albany Hill Evacuation Drill, the 555 Pierce Street Fire Drill and Safety Fair, and our own annual Albany Senior Resource Expo. During the pandemic, we have provided outreach materials to the Albany Police and Fire Departments and Albany Project Hope, BFHP, for distribution of CARES program information while in the field if needed. Banners have been placed throughout the city with the CARES logo and contact information. And finally, we use all electronic resources, which promotes community understanding of the program and encourages word of mouth marketing. Those include the Senior Center Chronicles, city website via e-news, news items, e-notification, and weekly e-news. Albany CARES collaborates with other agencies and continues to build on those relationships. We work extensively with Berkeley Food and Housing Project through Albany Project Hope and the Albany Police Department. The first engagement with individuals in need often occurs with our Albany Police Department, which will make referral to CARES or Project Hope. The police department's professional, compassionate, and caring real-time engagements with individuals in need, paired with ongoing collaboration with Albany CARES and Project Hope, have led to many referrals with positive outcomes. Recently, CARES has received several referrals from the Albany Fire Department, leading us to connect with underserved individuals. I previously mentioned our outreach collaboration with the Albany Library and how that outreach is working. CARES also worked closely with Echo Housing on tenant landlord issues, including the Albany Rent Review Program, high cap on health insurance counseling and advocacy, home care programs which allow individuals to age in place in their own community, and legal resources. Finally, CARES works with many in the community to address food insecurities, connecting those in need to the city's nutrition programs. Meals on Wheels and the Mercy Brown bag programs are heavily used during the pandemic. Both programs have experienced a tremendous increase in participants since the pandemic. CARES connects individuals to other food resources such as the Berkeley Food Network Pantry, Alameda County Food Bank, and CalFresh. Here is a list of the top service referrals CARES has provided. This is a partial list. Some I've already mentioned and talked about. Excuse me. I'd also like to point out that CARES provides assistance with filing out forms associated with the tax exemptions and renter rebates, and links individuals in need of specialized transportation to the city's paratransit program and East Bay Paratransit. Recently, we've been able to provide free rides to eligible seniors and people with disabilities to the COVID-19 vaccine clinic at Golden Gate Fields. And now I'd like to pass on the presentation to Albany Cares Program Director Anne-Marie Heineman. Anne-Marie will present the Albany Cares Annual Report. Thank you very much. And here's Anne-Marie.
Hello, I'm Anne-Marie Heineman, and I am the director of the Albany Cares Program. Thank you very much for giving me the time to present what we've been doing over the past year. So I'm going to start off talking a little bit about the beginning of 2020, when our drop-in site was still open and we had 161 contacts with clients coming into the drop-in site in the first quarter, the first 3 months, and almost the same number of contacts with people by phone and email, which was kind of how things had been going in the end of 2019 as well. And then, of course, halfway through the month of March, that changed completely and we had to close our drop-in site. And at that point, all of the contacts became email and phone calls. And we had almost as many contacts by email and phone as we had had that previous quarter. We had 282 contacts. So really the drop in seeing people in person led to a big uptick in phone contacts and email. And those numbers tapered off as the year went on. The first quarter after the pandemic started was by far the busiest. But when we look at the total numbers for the year comparing to the year before, 2019, we made up for the contacts we had in drop-in by phone and email, leading to 911 total contacts versus 839 we had in 2019. And then looking at individual clients, the unduplicated contacts with clients, we had a lot more contacts, a lot more clients who we worked with in 2020 than we did in 2019, a total of 323 clients versus 257 we saw in 2019. So we were making contact with a lot more people. I think the pandemic led to contacts with people that we had never met with or spoken to before. And next slide, please, Sid. Thank you. So these are our demographics for those 323 individual clients that we serviced. And you can see that the majority are older people, 157 people over the age of 62. We didn't get ages on everybody that we spoke with, but we did on the majority. And then over 200 people in the age range above 50. So it is a mainly senior population that we have been making contact with, despite outreach to other populations as well. And then I think another point of note is that it's mainly Albany residents who we've been servicing. We don't turn anybody away. We will talk with people who contact us who are in neighboring towns or Contra Costa County and share whatever information and referrals that we know of. But of course, we're able to offer more to people who actually reside in the city of Albany. And then the other thing of note is, as Sid mentioned, the number of homeless clients we worked with. So this year, we serviced 73 clients who identified as homeless, and the prior year it was 47 clients. So that was a big uptick in clients experiencing homelessness. And I think there's a number of reasons for that. Of course, not all of the clients experiencing homelessness were or are living in the city of Albany, but the ones that were and who were interested, we were able to refer to Albany Project Hope, which is a really wonderful collaboration that we have. And I'll discuss that a little bit more later. And then next slide, Sid. Thank you. So the main issue that clients were contacting us about were issues around affordable housing. People are looking for affordable housing, interested in finding out more information. Where can they apply for housing? What kind of affordable housing exists? And then the next issue that was most important were around finances. So people needing assistance with rent, help paying utility bills. And as Sid mentioned, we did quite an outreach this year to people, trying to let them know about parcel tax exemptions and rebates, letting people know who's eligible, what the criteria is, how to go about applying. Of course, since people were sheltered in place, sometimes it was hard for them to get the forms that they needed if they weren't online or didn't have computer access. I was mailing forms out to people, and we're going to be doing that again. It happens right around this time of year. The applications are due in the end of May. So we're going to continue, the volunteers and I, reaching out to people and trying to let people know about this really great opportunity if they need this. And then we tried to find out how people had found out about the CARES program. And by far, most people were finding out through the information hotline that started up right when the pandemic hit. And they were contacting the information hotline and often being referred on to me if they had issues or questions that couldn't be answered by the staff that answered those calls. And then also the senior center. People were contacting the senior center directly with questions and being referred to me. I also got referrals through different city departments and people on city commissions, and the city website directs people to the information hotline and to me. And then of course the police department and the fire department as well. I was really pleased that a lot of people found out about the program by word of mouth, neighbors, friends, people they talked to, at the post office, etc. It's nice that the word is getting out and people are finding out about Albany Cares. And then of course, outreach also. We had a lot of flyers and banners up, especially after the pandemic. There were some banners people referred to. They got our phone number from there. And also I think school counselors. So we had done quite a bit of outreach to the schools, and I've been getting calls and referrals from the counselors at the high school and the middle school and some of the staff at the schools, which is great. So in terms of the assistance that we provide, mostly we are talking to people, having conversations, giving them information, sometimes over the phone, sometimes by email, and specific referrals to different agencies that they can talk to or email about particular issues. That is mainly what we do. I do offer more in-depth service if people need it. Sometimes someone needs help with paperwork, filling out paperwork, obtaining the papers they need. They may need help contacting agencies. Sometimes a client just isn't able to do the reaching out on their own. They can't explain the problem well enough, and they need help making that contact with another agency or service provider. And sometimes I do research to get information for people that I don't have at hand. And next slide. Thank you, Sid. So in terms of referrals, our largest number of referrals were directly to Albany Project Hope when there were homeless people I spoke with who were residing within the city of Albany and who were individuals in need of assistance, housing assistance, and other assistance because of their homelessness. I was able to refer them directly to Albany Project Hope, and that is a really terrific service to be able to offer to people. And we had wonderful outcomes with that as well, which I think Albany Project Hope already presented to you. I also do a lot of referring to agencies that have information about subsidized housing, to particular websites and lists where people can find housing that they might be eligible for and apply for. So I send out a lot of information about that, and I give a lot of information about that over the phone. And then after that was other sorts of housing counseling assistance, people who were in need of rental assistance, people who were having issues with their housing, landlord-tenant types of issues, landlords as well as tenants, people with questions about the what was going on with evictions in our area and where they could get more information about the law around evictions and what they needed to do in order to not be evicted for non-payment of rent during this very difficult time. And, you know, other referrals that we refer to all kinds of different agencies, but those were the main ones. And then the next slide, Sid, thank you. So this is my phone number, my direct number, and my email address. And I just want to put out there that you should feel free to give this out to anybody who you think might like to talk to me, have any kind of questions. I'm open to helping with whatever services or questions or needs people have. Some people I can't do a whole lot for, but I do whatever I can, and happy to get referrals from anyone and everyone. So please keep my contact information. And that's my presentation. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Sid and Anne Marie. Does council have any questions or comments? No? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was interested and encouraged to see that the tax exemptions and rebates are something that you help people out with. Obviously, that's maybe small given the current situation. I know about 10 years ago, those exemptions and rebates were only taken advantage of by about 5% of households that were eligible. Now it's up to about 10%. So I was curious if you have any ideas on how Albany could more effectively market those. And I know it's possible to market them effectively because PG&E's enrollment in its low-income program is, approaches 100% of eligible households. So there is a way to do it. I don't know what the magic is, but if you have any thoughts, that would be helpful. And thank you for your work, Director Heineman.
Sure.
But maybe I lost the question there. I didn't know if you had any thoughts being, working with people on enrolling them in the exemptions and rebates. Do you have any thoughts on how we might be able to expand the number of households, reach more households with that?
Sure. Can I go ahead and respond to that, Mayor Carey? Yes. Well, I think that the city has actually done a good job of advertising the parcel tax exemptions. I'm sure we can do more. The city is not the only parcel tax exemption. There is another parcel tax exemption that's available to people. And I think that, again, this year, I'm going to, with volunteers' assistance, be doing some outreach and making contact with people. I don't know that we're going to be doing cold calls. We have been just contacting people who we have contact information for because they've contacted us in the past. But we are open to, making contact by mail or by other means. If the city gave us permission or gave us contact information, we could do a lot more outreach, I think, to people. And I would love to do that.
And if I could just chime in, Vice Mayor Jordan, we do a mailer annually as well to the entire city advertising the program. And we will continue to do that this year.
Yeah, just the city's been doing that for a number of years, and the number doubled from about 5% to 10% uptake across the first 2 years, and it's been fairly flat since then.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, we did that. Now we need to think creatively about what might be next. I believe the exemptions have a very short time window when people can actually apply. It's maybe a month or 2 months.
This is true. I mean, people can apply as soon as the forms are available.
Okay.
And they're due, the city forms, I believe, are due May 31st, and then the Unified School District forms are due June 1st or vice versa. But as soon as the forms are available, people can apply. I think a lot of people don't know that they're eligible. It can be a little complicated, and some people have a hard time understanding it. And it's very much online. And some of our residents don't really access information that well online.
And is that true? Is that essentially enrollment period true for both the exemptions and the rebates, or the rebates more available year round? They're both not.
No, it's the same. It's based on parcel taxes, and the period is usually the forms are ready sometime in April. Sometimes they're ready a little earlier, and then they're due, at the end of May, beginning of June. So it is a short time period. I'm not sure the forms can be ready much before that time, because a lot of the information is based on the poverty line that is set by the federal government, and I'm not sure when that information comes out. So I think they're often waiting on that.
You mentioned the school district has a form as well. I wonder, in your judgment, would it help if the two agencies had a unified process in terms of lowering the barriers? In other words, one form to access both.
That's a terrific idea. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay, that's something we can work on. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, I had one comment on that subject, and it's something I know about from a personal experience as well. We do have quite a few people in Albany who are high wealth but low income. They own their own home. It's paid for. They might have a lot of money in retirement accounts, but they only draw what they're going to live on, and their living expenses are very modest. So they may be low income. They may even be very low income, living on their Social Security check, but they're comfortable and they don't feel like they can or should apply for a needs-based program. And so getting the word that we really want people to apply, and, better they should apply, and then, donate the money to a good cause if they need to. They don't really want to accept it. I don't know what the answer to that is, but it is a common situation among the older demographic in Albany. People have been here for a very long time. The question that that I wanted to ask is about the showers. Is West Campus still, the last I looked, they were offering showers 7 days a week. Is that still the case?
I am not sure exactly what their schedule is right now. I would have to check on that.
I see Sid nodding. They are still at 7 days, offering showers 7 days a week.
No, I'm sorry. We'll have to check on that and get that information to you. My recollection was 3 days, but I haven't looked recently.
It went, I think, in April to 7 days, but maybe
Okay.
cut it back again.
I'm not sure if it got cut back. And there are other shower programs that have started up as well in West Berkeley as well. Yeah.
Yeah, West Campus is West Berkeley. It's about a 10-minute
right.
Bus ride from here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Mason. Councilmember Tiedemann, you're next.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the work and for the presentation. That was very comprehensive. My question is fairly general. It's essentially just what actions can we take to help your program, help it be more effective? And especially, I'm assuming that part of that answer is going to be provide more services that we can refer people to. So specifically, are there any services that seem to be needed that people are, looking for, or that there is not enough of that it would be best to focus on?
That's an excellent question. There are services that are needed, of course. I think the city of Albany has done a really good job, especially, since the pandemic hit and people have really been struggling with rent payments. There is going to be a state distribution of money to the county, and we are going to benefit, our residents will benefit from that as well, to help with rent payment. So we're looking forward to that because that's been a big issue. And a lot of people have contacted us about needing help paying rent, and there hadn't been very much available for people, but I'm hopeful about that. Boy, I would like to think about that a little bit more. There are so many things that I think would benefit the residents, but I'd like to give it some thought to see to think about what would be the most useful, how we could get the most bang for our buck. Because I'm sure that there are things that are needed and would be nice to offer people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing your ideas, and I'm happy to wait.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Vice Mayor Jordan, you had another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to put some numbers out. My metric for how many households are inclined to enroll in a program is, again, the enrollment in PG&E's or a BCE's program for low-income households. And last figures I had, I think we're approaching 800. So there are a lot of households that know about that and enroll in that. And one of the differences, I believe that program is affidavit rather than having to prove income. And Albany's program 11 years ago was affidavit. And then it started marketing it by mailing, and it went up to almost 100. And then Albany went to turn in income taxes, and it came back down to like 60. So sort of working across purposes. I don't know how PG&E, if affidavit is good enough for PG&E and EBCE, I don't know why it isn't good enough for us. So that'd be something else to look into to simplify access to these benefits.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Was there a question?
I guess maybe that would be a question for maybe the city manager. So there was a transition from affidavit to a more complex qualification involving turning in income taxes or copies of income taxes, if my understanding is correct. And again, unless PG has changed, my knowledge is that it was an affidavit-driven process. So I'm just curious to hear, why did Albany go to a more complicated process, and is there any flexibility there?
Right.
Sure, Vice Mayor Jordan, I'll have to look into that and research it a bit more.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council members or comments? All right, we'll see if we have any public comment.
And if I could backtrack just a bit to
Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Nason, yes, both facilities are open 7 days a week.
Thank you, sir. Looks like we have one public comment. And can you light them in, please?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Sid, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, those West Campus, Willard, Saturday and Sunday. There's some other shower programs going on in Berkeley. There's the one on Second Street in Cedar every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's the Project We Hope Dignity on Wheels. I mean, Project We Hope Dignity on Wheels is also at another location. I mean, I volunteer at that one on Sunday, so that's why I know that one specifically. I try to bring the Albany Love, the Albany Shower Program over there. They do it at Aquatic Park on Thursdays as well, 3 to 7. I don't know if anybody mentioned showers in Albany. I don't know if I missed that or something. Seems kind of like we're talking showers in another city in Berkeley or something. But yeah, maybe someday Albany Cares or maybe somehow, yeah, this is a good, maybe Albany Cares can work with some sort of shower program in Albany, utilizing the Albany pool. I don't know if the Albany swimming pool can have an outdoor shower, or let the maybe the Albany swimming pool can provide utilities such as water, through a garden hose, or electricity to run a portable shower trailer, parked out front on the sidewalk somewhere on the street. Yeah, maybe Albany Cares could look into some pool swimming, areas that be open for allowing people to take showers. Also, I mentioned somewhere in the presentation, if we could get some more money for the budget with Albany Care, seems like they're doing a great job. And I mean, it's great we're helping people in other counties. Contra Costa, wow, we're doing some pretty good outreach. Yeah, let's stay focused right here. Albany Library and everything. Keep up the good work. Add to the budget. Albany Cares. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment, Jeremiah. Next person, please. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? This is Bart Grossman.
We can. Go ahead, please, Bart.
Okay. I had a couple of questions. First of all, I want to congratulate Sid and Anne Marie on a job well done. I'm so excited to see that things are still going and going well at this difficult time. One of the things that's a little confusing to me is, unless I've missed something, the presentations of Albany Cares and the Rent Review and Project Hope have in the past been to SEJC because that's part of the SEJC work plan. Now the presentations are being made directly to council. I don't exactly understand why that is. Is SEJC no longer responsible for these organizations, or what's going on here with that? I wanted to mention, I didn't come up so much in your stats, Anne Marie, but in the past, people have mentioned mental health as a need in Albany, and we still have no mental health services in Albany. And we have been waiting for several months, well, longer than that, to find out what, in fact, services are going to be available through the county. But I don't know how the county can deliver services in a place where there aren't any organizations. And this issue keeps going to sleep. So I'm concerned about it. And finally, in terms of PG&E, I think one of the reasons they do so well is everybody gets a bill and everybody opens it. So everybody looks at that piece of mail. And I don't know whether there's anything comparable we could do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grossman. Next, please. Go ahead, Judy.
Hello, Council, and I just want to echo the previous two comments about thanking Sid Schoenfeld and Marie Hyman for their presentation tonight. It's very informative. As a volunteer with the Albany Cares program, I'd like to just comment on two issues that came up to me in this report. One is a deeply concerning lack of diversity in the racial outreach and the racial breakdown of clients reached. I think I saw 80+% were Northern European people served by the program. And I'm hopeful that we can double down on our outreach to increase the diversity and inclusivity in the programming. The second comment that I wanted to make was to echo comments made by Vice Mayor Jordan in terms of the complexity of the application process. People that I've helped in my volunteer capacity apply for tax credits or tax breaks in the program have been, as have I, stymied by the unnecessary complexity of applying for exemptions. So I really think that there's a move that we could take and a policy change that we could take, which would simplify the process. It would probably involve working closely with the contractor who provides the service, and having a one application process where the work of the contractor would be increased, but the work of the applicant would be decreased, could be a really useful approach that we might take. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy. Any other comments? I believe that's it. All right, I'll bring it back for City Council for any final comments, concerns. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
On the mental health issue, I think that we are indeed receiving. I thought that question had been asked, and the response was that we are indeed receiving mental health services from Alameda County at this time. City Manager, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, we are receiving services. Sid, can you provide details?
Yes.
You're on mute, Sid.
Thank you very much. Sorry about
You're
that.
welcome.
We are working with BFHP and the county has an access. It's called an access program through Lifelong Medical. A matter of fact, we just housed a clinic at the Travel Lodge for our Albany Project Hope clients that the outreach team went to the site and did medical evaluations, including mental health evaluations. So that's brand new, just in recent times.
Great. Lifelong is terrific. They do terrific work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Anne Marie?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to something that Judy said. I think that I didn't go over those numbers, Judy, but I think you might have misread the numbers about ethnicity, because the 86 number wasn't a percentage. That was a total number of clients. In terms of ethnicity, I did not collect ethnicity data as I have in the past, because in the past we've had drop-in clients fill out a form for us, and I didn't ask everybody on the phone their ethnicity, but it was 86 European American clients out of a total of about 200 people that we got the information on. So it wasn't 80%. It was more, maybe about 35%, something like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Nason?
Could we get a response to the question about SEJC? Are they going to be looped in on what we're hearing, and they'll be getting reports, I would assume?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The schedule has been off a bit because of the pandemic. So this presentation was scheduled for you back in March of 2020. So we're trying to play a little bit of catch up. The SCJC did just receive the rent review presentation in November and received the Albany Cares report in February of last year. But as soon as we catch up on the schedule, we will absolutely be giving presentations to the SCJC as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sid. All right, well, thank you again, Sid and Anne-Marie, for the presentation for Albany Cares. And if you have any questions or concerns, we'll contact you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the city manager and staff involved for, and perhaps the mayor might have been your request on the agenda for having this triptych of presentations given to us over the last 3 meetings, including this meeting, on the social services that Albany provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving along, we're going to go into unfinished business. Item number 10. Can I get a staff report, please?
Yes. Good evening. Before you tonight, we are coming back once again on outdoor dining during COVID times. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and a presentation we have for the council. So for your review tonight, we are asking that you provide staff and those permit holders with precise direction on specific components of the outdoor dining installations that you see on Solano Avenue. Once the policies are acted on tonight, we will convey the information back to the permit holders in case any modifications are required. So I will provide you with a presentation, and then we would ask that you open it up for public comment. And as you noticed in your staff report, we've provided you with 6 resolutions sorted by a specific component of the outdoor dining installations. So specifically, we looked at location, size, storage and removal of unused installations, acceptable materials for the council to consider, insurance policies, and revocation. Up to this point, it's been very fluid in terms of how we have evaluated the permit encroachment permit requests. We've never delved into a great deal of specificity with the council, and given where we are, we thought it would be appropriate for the council to give us some more detailed direction. So to just provide a refresher, on June 18th last year, Alameda County Public Health allowed outdoor dining, which became effective the next day. So that went on for the bulk of 2020. And then more recently in December, as the COVID numbers were increasing, the county prohibited outdoor dining. So altogether in 2020, you had 170 days of outdoor dining. And then just in January, that prohibition was lifted and outdoor dining was allowed to resume. As you probably know, staff continue to be on weekly calls with the county health officer. The gradual reopening is really to be determined, but we are certainly staying in the loop to understand what we can anticipate in the future, particularly as the vaccinations roll out, what gradual reopening may be identified. And as far as local actions go, the council on July 6th last year adopted Resolution 2020-73, which authorized a fee waiver. So for all the permits that have been issued, we have not charged fees to those business owners. And just to refresh the council's memory, when we evaluate those encroachment permit applications, we're looking simply at size and location. We did not conduct any aesthetic review or impose any aesthetic requirements, and we issued standard conditions of approval. In December, this council adopted Resolution 2020-9, authorizing staff to review permits for semi-permanent structures on Solano Avenue during the shelter-in-place order. So that's been your most recent action. And just to refresh the council's memory, an encroachment permit is effectively an agreement between the city and a private party for the use of city-owned property. for a specific activity or event, which is temporary in nature. In this case, this pertains to outdoor dining. Encroachment permits that were standard for us on utility work in the right-of-way, sewer lateral replacement, curb ramp repair, other things that are temporary but are on city property. With these encroachment permits, we provide conditions of approval depending on the type of activity. And ultimately, these reviews are ministerial, meaning that they're simply conducted and issued at a staff level. They are not subject to a public hearing process. And below is a list of the different businesses that have participated. You can go by these businesses now and you will see installations in the street of outdoor dining setup. For those that are grouped on the left side of your screen, they're in the same block face. So I just kept them together. So as you go by Five Tacos and Boss Burger, for example, you see two installations, but in the same block. And as I understand it, Crepes Suzette and Ice Slice actually share that facility that they've set up for their customers. Jeff actually did a parking survey last month in anticipation for this report, and he surveyed 18 blocks between San Pablo Avenue and Tulare, so at the eastern end of Solano and Tulare. Conducted those surveys during the lunch hour and counted a total of 279 on-street parking spaces, 35 of which are used for outdoor dining. And of those remaining spaces, the occupancy rate varied from 61 to 67%. Blocks with those in-street dining installations had an occupancy rate of 66 to 77% observed. And then greater than 85% occupancy on 6 of 18 blocks surveyed was observed. So as I mentioned earlier, we have sorted this out into 6 different components for your review and consideration this evening, and I'll go into each topic in the next slides. So the first resolution we've included in your packet is simply identifying the location. Currently, we have limited installations to Solano Avenue only. And we thought with this action, we would ask that specific attention be given to prohibiting installations in ADA parking spaces, the residential side streets, and the loading zones. As it happens, these particular questions have come up to staff, all 3 instances of ADA occupancy, a side street in a residential neighborhood, and a loading zone, to keep the effort consistent and to keep it commercial, which outdoor dining is commercial in nature, and also to provide access for those with who may need ADA parking. We wanted to make sure that we had this as part of the resolution so that it's clear that the location is limited to Solano Avenue only. As far as the size of the installation goes, we have based that largely in the business and the frontage that they have, and we have allowed for discretion for a larger installation based on either neighbor consent. In one case, striping and street grade pose a limitation, and that adjacent neighbor consent has been provided. For the most part, that seems to have worked well, or at least it did when we began this process. So this is again something else for the council to provide some direction on if you're okay with that approach or if you'd like to see modification. During the prohibition of outdoor dining in December, some businesses, as we communicated with them, we gave them an option of either removing their installations or temporarily storing them and reducing the footprint so that there would be some restoration of on-street parking. So for your consideration tonight, you could take this one step further and prohibit the storage of unused installations and parking stalls and require that restoration of the on-street parking. As far as acceptable materials go, as I said, we had not previously looked at aesthetics as part of this. And as you would go up Solano tonight, if you happen to be out, you would see that there would be variation in the installations from tents to raised wood platforms to wine barrels. So there is a real variety of materials that you see as part of these installations. For semi-permanent structures, we think it would be best to limit that to wood frame construction because it would be more substantial and durable. That, of course, is subject to building department review for permit issuance and inspection. And given that each installation is unique to the business frontage, it's unique to the level of service that that business wants to provide. We evaluate the overall size and specifics. We would recommend, though, prohibiting structures that are intended for other uses, such as prefabricated carports, sheds, trellises, and simply keep it more flexible to that wood frame construction. And as far as temporary installations go, we've suggested keeping the fire-rated canvas tents, wine barrels. There are K-rails that you see, wood platforms, as well as low wood fencing that separate the seating area from the street. With respect to insurance, we have had a condition of approval as part of the encroachment permit that puts the business on notice that they're required to have insurance, and they would effectively take responsibility in the event that there would be an incident. However, we've proposed going one step further, and that we would potentially require all those businesses participating in outdoor dining to provide that proof rather than just having it as an assumed condition. And one clarification to make is that I believe there was an error in the staff report where it was listed at $2 million. It's actually $1 million. We've corrected that in the resolution. So the resolution that is accessible on Granicus right now reflects that $1 million insurance limit. Lastly, we have included a resolution related to revocation, and basically would like to establish that a violation of those conditions would result in the revocation. And if that permit holder does not comply, they have 30 days to effectively appeal that determination to the city council. So it would be vetted in a public meeting, and the council would actually have the ultimate authority to determine if the installation and the related permit should be revoked and removed. Once action is taken this evening, we will provide those policy modifications to the permit holders and follow up with them. You did receive one item of correspondence via email shortly before 4 p.m. this afternoon. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and then we can move on to the public comment and have the council then discuss the draft resolutions and potentially take action.
Thank you, Anne, for your report. Excuse me. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The staff report, I think it was, said that in the second quarter of 2020, restaurants generated about a fifth of sales tax receipts. Was that the calendar year or the fiscal year?
I will have to defer to Jeff on that one.
That was, I believe, a quarter, 1 quarter. So we track sales tax by quarter. So that was the April through June quarter, I believe.
So it was the second quarter of the calendar year.
Right.
Wow, it's amazing, because wasn't that during the core of the shutdown? Huh. So how much do restaurants generate in terms of a percentage of sales tax receipts when we're not in the midst of a pandemic with disruptive conditions? Just if you happen to know.
I don't want to guess off the top of my head, but before we finished with this, I can get that information.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, I'm a little surprised this is coming to us before it goes to Economic Development Committee, which has a meeting this Thursday. I don't know if staff could respond to that. I mean, if there was the opportunity to take it to that committee and then bring it to us, and that would have only been a delay of 2 weeks, and we would avail ourselves of the advice of that advisory body.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Looking back at when this started last year, in your packet, you have an attachment that provides a timeline of events associated with this particular policy discussion. And really by about July, this fell within the realm of council business, and it's pretty much stayed there since then. So we thought it best to keep it in the council realm. And given that these are decisions on both policy, use of the curb, the street space. We thought it appropriate just to keep it in the council's hands for further refinement.
Okay, thank you. I would have liked to have known what that committee thought of all these resolutions and had their benefit of their advice. But thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Anyone else before we go out to public comment? Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I guess I have two questions. One is, what was the impetus for these particular regulations? Are these all in response to issues that have arisen or complaints that have been made, or where did these changes come from?
Sure. So the issues that are highlighted were things we've heard sort of mixed opinions about, related to these components: the size, the location, insurance, so on and so forth. And so because we've heard those more than once and from different interested parties, we thought it appropriate to just single them out as individual actions for council to consider.
Okay, and this letter we've got a letter from signed by quite a few people. Do you have responses to the issues that these folks have raised?
I haven't prepared anything, but I can certainly
maybe that should wait till after public comment.
Yeah, I can prepare a brief synopsis.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Nason. Any other council members? All right, we're going to open up to public comment.
Thank you.
Please.
I just want to give a shout out to one of our city workers, Mr. Jeff Bond. I mean, thank you for doing a parking survey on your lunch break. I mean, wow, you definitely got Employee of the Month. Yeah, that's for sure. I nominate you, for the parking survey. That's a lot of 163 parking spaces. Solano. Some good statistics, 60% use about, on average. I'm not sure if that's, I'm not sure where the direction is going with that. I think if the city, wants to try to generate funds by putting parking meters on Solano, because now there's a parking survey done. So now the city knows how much money they could generate for parking meters on Solano. I just think, it might not be a good idea right now if you guys were thinking about it. Just pandemic, people don't really have an extra. I know the tickets, and come by and the meter's expired, you get a $50 ticket. It would add toward the budget and all that. But we want to encourage, people to come to Solano. We don't want to scare people off with parking meters right now. But thank you, Jeff, for the survey, for the parking survey. I know that could be really useful for that sort of situation, but just, yeah, please hold off on the parking meters for right now, if you can. I don't know if you guys are kind of work on that or not, but yeah, so thanks for your parking survey, Jeff, on your lunch break. Keep up the good work. How many handicap spaces were on Solano? I just want to know how many handicap spaces were there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I really appreciate the effort of city members and everyone doing the survey on parking and all the other restaurants, businesses for their outdoor dining. Now, my specific question is, every business is different, every business is unique, and I would definitely agree with, not permitting outdoor or parklet on the residential street. But as I'm telling, each different businesses, they have unique spaces. So I would really request the city members to come and visit the spaces. I had been emailing to and fro, and Jeff and other city council members, and they can come and provide some positive alternatives for our parking, for our different businesses, different restaurants, for outdoor seating. You know, like everybody comes to Solano for restaurants. We don't want people to leave Solano and go to other places where they have more inviting outdoor spaces. So this is my request, and this is for 1499 Solano Avenue. There's no parklet area, but we do have little walkway space where we could make some little inviting ambience. And I had just requested for a fencing on a curb, and there is no positive alternatives. I had been requesting and nobody has come up for that. So if somebody could come up there, like I appreciate if everybody is doing the survey for parking spaces, everybody is doing the survey for the outdoor spaces on all the other spaces. But I had been with the email since November. And we had even like, somebody was, Anne or Jeff, they were supposed to come and visit to provide us some alternative, but there was no response after that.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Alan.
Hi there, Alan Kane, Solano Avenue Association. I have 8 items. I'm sorry to take up your time on these, and sorry for the note taker. So thank you for Inside Out, who I know is mostly responsible for the outside dining on Solano Avenue. Number 2, it almost appeared at the time that the restaurants were given a blank check. So it's nice to know that after 170 days, 5.6 months later, our mayor took control of the situation and wanted to bring up the periscope on the situation. So I appreciate the mayor on that. Number 3, Jeff, with all due respect, and Jeremiah, with all due respect, taking a parking survey during a pandemic where there's a stay-at-home order, when people are literally told to stay at home unless it's essential, I do not consider a parking survey done during a stay-at-home order valid. I'm sorry. I know there was mention of ADA spots on Solano Avenue and making sure that these dining features do not take up those spaces, but I'd also like to address 20-minute zones. Back in the day, the village elders decided there'd be 20-minute zones by post offices or wherever they decided 20-minute zones are for. And so I'd like to think that we should respect those decisions made back in the day, and 20-minute zones are just as important as ADA zones and other things. There is a business for sale on Solano Avenue for $1.5 million. I won't mention its name. In front of the business, there's no parking because of a nearby restaurant. And when people come by to take a look at that $1.5 million restaurant, they ask, so what's the situation with the parking? How long is this? What's going on? And of course, the business owner, the person that has the property for sale, has no answers. So it's nice to know that we're, going to have answers later for how long this will be there, etc. I know that K-rails are mentioned. K-rails can be made of cement. The Solano Avenue Association was required to have water-filled K-rails for the stroll. So are the K-rails cement? Are they water-filled? Are they empty? I know there's a couple of cases where they're not really actually filled with water. Number 7, a restaurant can appeal for 30 days. They have 30 days to appeal some bad, gross decision that they've made. And then I'm guessing it'll make it onto some council agenda. So basically, if a restaurant were doing something grossly illegal, I'm guessing there'd be a 60-day window before it would be heard in front of authorities. And lastly, number 8, handicap. It's a horrible, horrible word. In Europe, they call it the blue badge. I just don't consider anybody who has a physical disability or who's physically challenged handicapped. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Alan. Next, please. Go ahead, Bonnie.
And thank you guys so much for giving this more time and energy. Really appreciate the clarification on the insurance levels that caused a lot of stress and anxiety. I wanted to point out that while the parking survey was done during pandemic times, that is the times that we're in, and where there still is plenty of additional parking on Solano Avenue, and many people are now walking and biking, and there are many bike spaces available still. I also wanted to just touch back on what Vice Mayor Jordan brought up, which is the sales tax revenue generated by our restaurants and these businesses. Berkeley just released that they've seen a huge drop in their sales tax revenue due to their hospitality industry being so limited. So I wanted Albany to really take that into consideration, what this industry drives into our budget. That seems really important to me as a business owner, that we pay almost 10% sales tax for every sale, and that goes into running the city. Also, this is something we've been asking for since the shutdowns went into place. I started emailing about this last March. It seems crazy that a year later, we're going to take actions that may seem punitive to businesses rather than supportive. So I'd really like this to stay in the positive frame of reference towards those businesses, rather than our city is now coming down and having more stringent and stricter regulations that maybe aren't necessary. There have been about 8 months of positive outdoor dining experiences with minimal challenges and problems. Maybe one incident of a huge storm where a tent did blow over that I saw evidence of. Unfortunately, that does happen in places. So I would encourage us to think on the bigger, broader picture here and keep this in the positive light. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Next, please. Go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, this was a really complicated agenda item with so many issues and a lot to communicate to the businesses. And I was speaking to them, texting 50 businesses, trying to find out about their insurance before writing the letter. So we got the letter done yesterday. Then in 24 hours, 26 business owners signed on, 12 with parklets, 14 without parklets, including retail and service business. So it does show support across the board, not just the business owners. They understand that if people are walking and out and about at restaurants, they're going to walk by their business. They appreciate it. These are businesses that are next to parklets, that are a block from parklets. Outdoor dining has been permitted for 8 months, and everything's been working fine with a couple of issues. Changing the rules 8 months into the game just to make it more onerous and expensive just seems ridiculous. It seems pointless. Again, just help businesses. Let's see. As far as location, some pedestrians, and rightly so, have pointed out the need to maintain space on sidewalks and not constrict pedestrians. So it may require use of side streets. Those side streets are zoned for business use, and it wouldn't be in front of a residence. It would just be alongside a business. Metal and plexiglass and parklet structures are all over parklets in Alameda County and beyond, as are umbrellas. So please add, if you're going to make any regulations of materials, please add those materials. As far as a blank check, there's been no blank check issued. Berkeley and Oakland and other cities actually did issue checks to businesses to help them build the parklets. Albany hasn't given them any money. So please don't make things more difficult. Support them, help them work. They're the lifeblood of our business district. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Nick Village, Albany resident. I echo Vice Mayor Jordan's comments, I believe it was, about this item being passed by the advisory bodies. I think that still is appropriate, especially economic development, perhaps planning and zoning. I urge that you not pass any new restrictions. I think what we've got is very successful, and it brings a great smile to my face when going up and down, especially thinking of the fact that these businesses are getting the revenue that they need, and only a fraction of the revenue that they would have if they could do indoor business, or for the restaurants, indoor dining. I don't think any regulations are needed unless they go strictly towards health and safety concerns. And I urge you to think about it in this framework. If there are parking spaces taken up by outdoor dining, and that dining is full and consistently full, as I've seen in several restaurant locations, then that is the best use of that parking space. That restaurant is earning revenue and trying and staying afloat. If there is a structure on a parking space that's not being used, of course, yeah, let's take that away. But right now, considering these extraordinary times, let's not burden the businesses any more than they are already burdened and have been burdened for months and months and months. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else?
No, that's it.
All right, I'll bring it back to City Council. And did you want to go first before I have the council member speak on the letter?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
I have it pulled up, and I'll just go through it very briefly for the council's benefit. The first point in the email questions the parking survey and why San Pablo Avenue wasn't included. And I think for the purposes of this particular effort, because the installations are on Solano Avenue, the focus was strictly on Solano, and that was why the parking was assessed, the parking conditions were assessed on the corridor. The second point relates to the usage of the ADA parking space for outdoor dining. Contrary to what's stated in here, and I mentioned this earlier, I did receive an inquiry from a local business that I'm not going to identify that was inquiring about that. And that's why I've recommended that be included, that we just have it with specificity so that it's clearly understandable for anyone who may be interested in outdoor dining. The third point here relates to the permitted size, and it effectively it advocates for flexibility just based on the frontage and the striping and so forth. And I think this isn't. It's fairly similar to what we've suggested, which is using our practice currently of limiting it to the business frontage, but then allowing an expansion with the neighbor consent. That seems to have worked pretty well up to this point. The next point in this relates to the storage or removal, and it suggests that consolidation be considered if necessary and possible. And that again is really a council decision. Back in December, as I mentioned, we allowed the consolidation, and installations to remain even though they couldn't be in use. So if the council wishes to change that, you can certainly do so with the resolution this evening. And then the last point in this email relates to acceptable materials and the suggested inclusion of metal and plexiglass as part of the parklet structures. That's fine. That can easily be included. Those are perfectly acceptable materials. I think umbrellas was also mentioned as part of public comment. That would be fine to include as well.
Thank you so much, Ann. So I think Vice Mayor Jordan, you brought up a comment. Your comment was, why wasn't this given to the Economic Development Commission? I mean, the same reason why it's happening now. Did they not have any meetings prior to this coming up? Meaning that could it have been addressed when we first had the pandemic? So I think the reason why we're bringing it up now is because there needs to be some consistency here. I mean, as you drive down Solano, especially when the weather incident happened, I mean, things that were just blown everywhere. Restaurants were looking for assistance from the city as far as their parklets. They wanted direction, they wanted consistency. We definitely want to make sure that we're looking out for the best interest of the city. When it comes to insurance and understanding that these parklets could cause some type of liability against the city, I think it's great that we put something in place so the city doesn't have to bear the burden of the costs. So that's why this is being brought up now. As far as, I think someone brought up, as far as grant money, the city didn't give anything, but I believe Albany Inside Out did fundraising to help the businesses. Am I in error in that? Okay, so with that said, any other council members, we can go into these resolutions. We can start with the first one. Are there any objections, any changes to the first resolution? Councilmember Tiedemann.
Sorry, someone else can go first. I had general comments
Okay,
about
that's
all of them, but I'm not ready to go in order. I need to figure out which order I'm in.
Sounds good. Councilmember Nason and then Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, are any of these considered by the staff to be essential for health and safety purposes?
Just so I'm clear, when you say essential, are you getting at compliance with the broader health order?
Well, let's start with that. Are any of them needed to comply with Alameda County's health order?
On material, the resolution, the fourth resolution here on acceptable materials, there are some requirements about having open area around the perimeter. And also the fire department has requirements around making sure that the fabric, if it's a tent, be fire rated. So that, as an example, there is some external, extenuating circumstances at play. As far as the others, the location, size, storage, removal, insurance, and revocation, there isn't a broader connection to the health order. Those are simply local issues.
Okay. And just so I understand the insurance issue, I thought that we had already required insurance. Are there businesses that have not demonstrated that they hold liability insurance?
We've required it as a condition of approval, but we haven't gone so far as to require that business to formally file any insurance paperwork with the city. It's just been understood that as a condition of their permit, they have to comply with the condition, and that's been the extent of it.
Okay, so the issue is that they say that they have it when they sign, they swear, penalty of perjury, isn't it, when you file a permit? So they've declared under penalty of perjury that they have the insurance, but this would be going a step further and asking them to actually demonstrate that they have the insurance.
Correct.
Okay. Well, okay. If Mayor, if you want to go through them one by one, I'm fine with that. I don't know how other people feel. My inclination would be to say, well, let's certainly be sure that we are in compliance with the health order. That's crucial.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as insurance, if the staff is concerned that people might be, signing permit applications that are not truthful, that's worrisome. That's a bigger issue, but I think whatever the staff feels needs to be done to be sure that insurance is taken care of should be done. But the rest of this, I agree with Vice Mayor Jordan that this would be very valuable to get, especially economic development. I mean, I don't think planning and zoning needs to weigh in, but I'd sure like to hear what the Economic Development Committee thinks of these requirements. My inclination is for us to be just as flexible as we can possibly be. Certainly an ADA spot is not an okay thing to remove, but even that I could see changing the location of an ADA spot. I maybe this goes to a really fundamental idea about parking, but it does seem to me that in a business district, the purpose of parking is primarily to serve the businesses. And if that people are doing business in the parking spots, they're serving the businesses. That's what it just happens that's what we need is space to feed people outdoors. Is a higher priority than having that as the most convenient parking spot. So that's my overall view of it, and I would love to hear from the Economic Development Commission. I do support insisting on safe materials and assuring that the city is protected from liability. But the rest of it, I'd like to get more input.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
As an overarching statement, each of the resolutions has a finding regarding the resolution that we passed on December 21st. And it characterizes that resolution as regarding on Solano Avenue, which is not the case. That resolution didn't regard specifically on Solano Avenue. Solano Avenue is not mentioned in that resolution. So I would like, whichever resolutions are passed, if any, tonight, I would like that part to be amended out. So I'll keep bringing that up, but it's me, everyone. Beyond that, I'll hold my comments to hear from other council members on that sort of overall scope here.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. One thing about sending it back to economic development, I have a little bit of concern that we can finish this. I think we can finish this tonight. If we send it to them, it could be another month before we get it back. If maybe on Thursday, I guess maybe you get it on this agenda and get it back to us. But it seems like we kind of need to move this along, and that's, I think, one reason for us to do it tonight. And speaking of tonight, it's 10 o'clock with the new people starting now at 7. It's 10 o'clock our cutoff without a motion. Vice Mayor Jordan, you're shaking your head.
We didn't change the end time.
We did.
Okay, thank you. I did in my head, I was hoping. Okay, do you want just to hear about resolution number 1, or do you want all my comments? I'm not sure what we're doing.
So if we can start with resolution 1 and just try to go through them one by one, that way we're not, losing track of what's going on. So if we can start with resolution 1, if there's any amendments that need to be made.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Tatum, I'll get you next. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I do want to comment that I really appreciate the way this is divided up, so it's not such a scattershot approach. Yes, I think Solano only. I have heard from residents about the green zones at the post office, concern about them being taken up. I know over the holidays they were, at some point things were moved, which was really helpful, for people trying to get to the post office around the holidays. But I think we should consider if time parking, and by time parking, I mean the 20-minute parking, should be considered as to whether we're going to allow them there or not. And that's it for number 1.
Okay. Any other comments for number 1? Councilmember Tatum, go ahead.
Sorry, just before an overall comment to add into the discussion of the overall situation. I think it could be useful to send this to economic development. I have a lot of confidence in that committee, having served on it before this. Though I very much do think that in this situation, this is something we could get done tonight, especially seeing as most of these seem to just be formalizing the very flexible work that our staff has been doing per our direction. I think there's a couple things we could do to make it slightly more flexible, and we've been given those options. And I want to thank Albany Inside Out organizers, Amy and Vonnie, for sending a letter which sums up those issues really well and makes it clear that we're all working together on this and no one's really working at cross purposes here. So I'm okay with doing this tonight.
So how about this to have a balance? If we can go through these resolutions, if economic development has wants to amend or suggest or add to, let's have them present something to the council and then we can kind of just go from there. But I think, like Councilmember McQuaid stated, let's try to get through these tonight so we can have something at least formalized or something in place. If we need to amend it at a later day or add to it, we can definitely do that. Is that okay with everyone? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yes, that's fine with me. Taking up resolution 18, or otherwise known as number 1. I would be generally in favor of passing that if it allowed businesses the possibility of using their frontage on cross streets. So businesses that are on corners, they have typically have bulb outs in front of their business, which otherwise makes parking on Solano not available to them for some of those businesses, but they might have side street space. and the side street space is adjacent to their business, not in front of a residence. So I would vote for this if it is amended to allow side street space to be in bounds.
But it isn't a side street have some red curbing for fire department. I think one corner right across from Safeway, Solano Junction. I think the question was to use a side street, but I think that curb is red, I believe, and I could be wrong. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, so there, I would just ask for two considerations as part of that. One of which is that, yeah, where there are red curbs, obviously we want to preserve that for the fire department if they need access. The other consideration is sight distance at those corners, just to make sure that we're not creating a potential dangerous condition, so that staff would look at that on a case-by-case basis. Some streets, the visibility is not going to be an issue. Other streets, it may be problematic.
Okay, Councilmember Tiedemann, then Councilmember Nason, and Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I had this same note as Preston. I think, you know, in the interest of more flexibility, we should let businesses use those with the considerations for any red curbing or anything else. Again, our watchword is flexibility here, so I think that makes complete sense, and I'd be much more willing to vote for it if we didn't specifically say only on Solano and nix that option for businesses that need it.
Okay. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I guess if I thought that what we were doing is what Councilmember Tiedemann thinks we're doing, I would be with him. My concern is that it seems to me we're kind of taking flexibility away from the staff. So like right now, if somebody would like to set up something on a side street, on the side, you know, around the corner from Solano, it's possible to permit that. The staff could permit that if they think it's safe and it's a good idea in that particular location. And so we want to take that flexibility away from them. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, and a residential, I don't even know the definition. Are all of the streets that are not Solano, are they all considered residential side streets, even if they're, you know, lined with businesses for some distance? It would be because further down, more of it is residential than commercial. That would be a residential side street.
Yeah, I think when I crafted this, I was thinking where we have, you know, residential streets, those 800 and 900 blocks that are north and south. Some of them have Solano commercial zoning that wraps around onto those streets. Some don't. It goes right into residential uses. So it really varies block by block. And so, you know, a resident could be impacted, whereas if there's the commercial wrap around that, that's obviously not an issue.
What if instead of prohibiting the staff from allowing this, we said something like, you know, guidance that residential uses on side streets that uses should not be permitted that have an impact on residential units in residential areas. And, you know, of course, we know there are residential units. I think that was a residential building that Mr. Kane was talking about is for sale as a residence. It has a business and business as part of business space as part of the building. But could we do this as guidance rather than a prohibition?
It's up to the discretion of the council. If that's the tack that you would like to take, we can certainly modify the resolution to reflect that direction.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
With the mayor's permission, could I share my screen, please? Hopefully this is coming through. This is the corner of, I believe it's Curtis and Solano, which has come up in conversation, business Solano Junction. So there is a red curve here. And there are also 2 on-street parallel car parking spaces adjacent to that business. It's hard for me to understand how a outdoor dining setup couldn't be put in at least a space and a half of this without maintaining appropriate sight lines. I mean, given that there's a red curve here, given that there's a stop sign, so somebody shouldn't just be rolling through anyway. So again, I will support this resolution if business frontage on side streets is included as a possibility. I'm not saying it's mandated, but included as a possibility, subject to staff's further review. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead.
Is there any concern about the width of the side street, as far as if we have people sitting out there in the street, even if they're like the same place as a car would be, if there are 2 cars trying to pass, is there an increased danger of them being hit? Do we need to think about how we might need to modify that? When I look at that, your screen shared, that was concerning to me. It makes sense that there's space there. We could certainly do it, but I wonder about the width of the street, if that should be part of the discussion.
I would agree that is concerning. You said that they would just roll through the stop sign. I mean, we definitely don't want the customers harmed. I visit Solano Junction, and they're willing to have it on the sidewalk instead of on the street in those parking spaces, because that was their concern that Councilmember McQuaid brought up as well. So, you know, if they're willing to do that, I mean, what are your thoughts, Vice Mayor Jordan?
So I showed Solano Junction because that came up specifically. So I wanted to show the geometry there. My position is not specific to Solano Junction. And I think in terms of, and I wasn't, I think I might have misheard. I was not implying that motorists do or should roll the stop sign. My point was there is a stop sign, so they're slowing down anyway. So the sight line issue, while you need to maintain sight lines, is not as critical as a street where there is no stop sign. There are other businesses who might benefit from using side streets, so I want to provide that flexibility. I don't want to pass judgment on this just based on Solano Junction, but I wanted to correct the record in terms of what was actually present next to Solano Junction. And in terms of the street width, the speed surveys show that motorist speeds on these narrower streets are much lower than Solano Avenue. So, you know, it's a balance. Yeah, they're narrower, but the motorists are also going much slower.
I agree with that. I think there may be areas where the side street is perfectly appropriate. I do agree that loading zones and disabled ADA spaces are not appropriate unless they can be replaced maybe in some other location, but they generally, though, those are presumably crucial in their current use.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Can we go back to the width issue again?
Okay.
You know, I think many streets in Albany are different widths. And I'm wondering if there's, and I don't know that we can write into the resolution exactly the size of the street, but perhaps giving staff some flexibility that if there's concern the street's too narrow, and maybe they have a standard in their heads that this will work and this won't work.
See,
that way.
Councilmember McQuaid, I'm assuming that they have that flexibility now. This is about taking away flexibility, not adding flexibility. Am I misunderstanding that, Mayor? We're saying right now, I mean, previously when we considered this, we said we wanted to give the staff maximum flexibility, but we also wanted to send a message to the community that they needed to comply with the staff direction on these things. And I'm still a little bit unclear on what problem we're solving here, but my preference would still be to give the staff maximum flexibility to say yes or to say no, to say, that street is too narrow. Yeah, it's just not
I
a good
agree.
place, or
I
whatever
agree.
it may be.
Because it just like you brought up that, each street is different in the size. So if staff goes and meet with the business owner and, say yes or no, or you can use this much space or however kind of map it out for them, I think that will help the business owner as well to figure out what type of, tent or structure they want to use to put there. So
sometimes
go ahead.
Staff want their flexibility to be narrowed so that they can tell the business owners, look, I cannot let you do that. It's not up to me. The council told me I can't do it. It's just a big no. I mean, and maybe that's what we're being asked for, but I can't tell. Maybe Jeff Bond could comment on this, or Ann Hirsch. I mean, are you having difficulty making these calls? Do you have too much flexibility? Do you feel you have more flexibility than you should have?
I feel like we can make we're responsible professionals and we can make a good decision. In those cases where we can't, we're comfortable bringing it back to you. I think the challenge is a lot of people disagree with us one way or the other. And you're hearing that feedback from either people who agree with the decisions we make or the ones that we disagree. And so we're getting kind of pulled apart in the middle. And if the council wants us to be in that role, that's part of our job and we're happy to do that. But if the council has a preference one way or the other, it would be good to have that so that, as you said, it's a hard and fast rule. We're sorry, here's the resolution that was approved by council. You can do it or you can't do it. And that applies, keep in mind as you're thinking through this, it's both the businesses that we're trying to support, but also be sensitive to people who live around the corner. You'll be hearing from them very shortly if we put one of these in, and it comes back to be noisy in times that it might disturb a nearby resident.
Yeah. So we definitely want to take the staff out of the middle and let's just provide just direction on what is needed for this particular resolution for them. I would agree. Sorry. Hold on. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Well, I would suggest we reword this one to prohibit installations that reduce the availability of ADA spaces or loading zones, and leave it at that, and leave the residential piece within staff discretion. And if it becomes problematical, if you find one and you think it's good and people are upset about it, then let's take it up at council.
Fair enough. Councilmember Tiedemann?
I was essentially going to say the same thing. And, I completely get where staff is coming from on this one. So I think it's important that we, formalize these things so that we take the flak.
Yep, I agree. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I will note that all the streets that intersect Solano Avenue between San Pablo and the eastern city border are 30 feet wide, every single one of them, except for Masonic and Key Route.
Okay, thank you. Any other amendments to number 18, 2021-18? No.
Is the wording I offer okay? Do I need to make
a motion? You do need to make a motion, but I wanted to see if anyone else had any comments or changes that they wanted to put in. But it doesn't. Hold on, Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead.
We're not doing anything with any 20-minute parking. We're enabling those to be taken.
We're not prohibiting their use if it appears advisable. If it seems like it to the staff, like it's the best location for a parklet that a business would like to open, then it can happen. Yes.
If I may, just for clarity's sake, to make sure I'm understanding, in a green zone, a 20-minute zone, an installation is okay, but in a loading zone, a white zone, it is not. Is that correct?
That's what I was thinking, because white zones are really a necessity, whereas 20-minute zones are a convenience. I guess that I just see white zones and ADA spaces as necessities. I see 20-minute zones as more conveniences.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason. You want to make your motion?
Okay, yes. That we adopt resolution number 2021-18, location, with the amendment that that the final phrase read prohibit installations that would result in the reduction of ADA accessible parking spaces or loading zones.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Councilmember Tune, second. Can we get a roll call, Ann? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jordan, I'm sorry.
So is that leaving in the language that dining installations are on Solano Avenue only?
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Thank you very much. That was not my intent. I was trying to get rid of residential side streets and I forgot about the Solano. So, okay, so let's do that again. Resolution number 2021-18, location. Simply begin with the word prohibit. Prohibit installations that would reduce the availability of ADA accessible parking spaces or loading zones. So take out that whole, take out the words, let's see, the location of Solano Avenue in-street outdoor dining installations.
If I could offer a friendly suggestion.
Sure.
Maybe that could be changed to affirms full location indoor outdoor dining installations to commercial frontage only.
Sure. To commercial frontage and prohibit installations that would reduce the availability of ADA accessible parking spaces. Then take out and just say end loading zones. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the alerts there. Thank you, and the assist.
So I think second credit should go to Councilmember Tiedemann. I think he seconded before, so.
But yes, good edits.
Sure. All right, we'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, let's move to, before we move, does anyone want to make a motion to extend the time a little bit so we can get through the last resolutions?
I'll move we extend to 11.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. 1 second.
Seconded.
Can we do a roll call, Ann?
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, resolution 21-19. Any amendments, comments, questions? No? Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan, you're on mute.
Got to catch this on the last one, but just that adjustment of taking on Solano Avenue out of the finding regarding our December 21st resolution.
Okay. Any other changes or amendments? Additions? No. All right, you want to make your motion, Vice Mayor Jordan?
I move approval. Sorry, I move approval of resolution 2021-19 with the amendment as described.
Can you state the amendment again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Let me try to get there. So one of the whereas, it says, whereas City Council adopted resolution number 2020-129 on December 21st, 2020, authorizing staff review of encroachment permits for semi-permanent outdoor dining structures on Solano Avenue during the so on and so forth. The resolution doesn't regard dining structures on Solano Avenue. It doesn't mention a street. That particular resolution 2020-129 was about semi-permanent outdoor dining structures without reference to specific location.
Actually, it does in the now therefore be it resolved. It does make reference to Solano Avenue on top.
Okay, let me go back. I apologize.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, were you gonna make your motion?
I'm gonna look at this right now.
We haven't really talked about a size limitation. Already allow discretion for the size of installations. This one I think we could let go of personally. If anybody thinks this is a crucial one, let us know what your words would be.
Any comments, Councilmember McQuaid, please?
Thank you. I think what we're trying to do here, though, is clarify what we're doing, and that's what this does. So, you know, it gives staff a real resolution that says that the installation can be the size of your frontage, and there is a little wiggle room. It just kind of backs up what they're doing. So I don't think it harms us to do it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan.
I am mistaken. I apologize. Planning manager, thank you for enlightening me. So I will move without that change. I will move resolution 2021-19.
Seconded.
All right, let's go for a roll call.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We'll move to resolution 2021-20. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
So we have to make a choice with this one. I think that we should definitely keep allowing consolidated storage. That's what we've done before. It's what the letter urges us to do from the businesses. And seeing as it seems that enough parking is available, I think if we go back into shelter in place, then having it consolidate like this is no problem. So I'd definitely say we go with that one.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Oh, hold on. Vice Mayor Jordan has a question. Y'all moving fast. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Really getting hungry.
I know, me too.
So my concern is that I think we need a different solution for temporary versus semi-permanent. So requiring consolidation of semi-permanent structures into parking spaces doesn't really seem reasonable or really particularly feasible, given that the next item is going to require them to be wood frame structures. So I think this resolution could be requiring consolidation of temporary installations and not semi-permanent installations.
Any objections? Councilmember McQuaid, because we had this issue last time with you two. Go ahead.
No, I want to say that I think if they're not using it, and I mean for a long period of time, not when they're closed. But I know there was a business that decided not to reopen after the shutdown. They wanted to wait for quite a while. And they left their parklet in the street for months, basically. It's one that we've received complaints about because it isn't even at the curb, it's sticking out really far. I don't think that's okay. And Preston, I'm going to sort of quote you when you talked about years ago, one of my favorite Preston quotes, years ago, about parking. And if you took all the stuff in your garage and put it on the street and put your car in the garage, we wouldn't allow that. So to me, it's kind of like we're allowing people to store their materials sort of indefinitely in the public right of way. And I don't think that's right.
I would agree. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I like that. So maybe we add a time limit of, I don't know, 2 weeks, 1 month after reopening. Or
what about
is it the issue that they're not using when they reopen, that it's there when they're, when businesses basically have to be closed? Should that hopefully not happen again? Seems like less of an issue when businesses can't be open anyway because there's less parking demand, but more of an issue when businesses are reopening if they don't reoccupy the space.
Well, I imagine that even when we reopen, it'll be a while before they open to 100%. So they're still going to want that. I don't think that's really the issue. I think the issue is if they have made a deliberate plan that they're not going to reopen for several months, then they need to move their stuff.
Then we just need to come up with a time period. Do you have a time period in mind? 30 days?
Well, if they know they're not going to open for, say, a month, giving them 30 days is kind of silly.
2 weeks?
I hadn't thought that far, to be honest.
What?
I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just kind of think, no, if you're not doing it, you need to. They do need some time. I understand that.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
2 weeks?
That's what I said, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I think that should be sufficient.
Supposed to be 2 weeks after they would be allowed to open,
right,
according to public health orders.
Okay. Any objection to that time frame?
So the two, just so I'm sure I understand, they have. So if they're shut down again, they can store in the parking spaces pretty much as long as necessary. But if once it reopens, they have 2 weeks to either reopen or remove.
That was my intent.
Okay,
that is my intent.
Is that your intent, Councilmember McQuaid?
Do they have to consolidate if possible during those times that it's shut down? Yeah, I think that would.
Yeah, only consolidated storage is permitted here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jeff, I'll get to you. Let me get Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead, please.
I'm betting I have the same thing as Jeff, but as currently written, it says allowing consolidated storage, not requiring it. So if we want to require it, that's another change we need to make.
Okay. Jeff, go ahead, please.
I was just looking for that's. I wish I would have thought of that question. When you spoke of opening, were you referring to indoor dining? So this is the scenario if outdoor dining gets shut down again, and then what do we do? Otherwise, this section wouldn't be applicable if the status quo remains and then gradually improves over time. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, you had a motion?
Yeah, so I'll move, sorry, I've lost the 2021-20, Option 1 with the language to require consolidated storage of unused installation materials and removal of unused installation materials 2 weeks following the beginning of allowance of outdoor dining.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
We add an if possible to that requiring them to consolidate.
Sure. I accept.
All right, you have a second?
Seconded.
All right, go ahead for a roll call, Ed.
Councilmember McQuay,
I'm going to vote no on this one. I don't quite understand the if possible piece, and so I'm just opposed.
Okay.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, we're moving along to 21. Councilmember Tiedemann?
I believe this is the materials one. Yeah. As noted in the letter we got, I think the materials should be expanded to include the materials name, which I think were glass and something else, as well as umbrellas. Staff, can you remind me of that?
Yeah, umbrellas, metal, and plexi.
So in the name of flexibility, I'd say that we add those materials to the acceptable ones.
Okay. Any others? Councilmember McQuaid?
I would like us to put in some language about reflective paint or tape or something to make them more visible. I don't think
Okay.
that's in there. And is this where the heaters come in, or are heaters totally prohibited? I'm not quite sure where that fits.
Heaters, as I understand it, are prohibited. Our fire department just
And no.
And does anybody have them now? I know they've had them in the past.
Jeff, do you know? I don't think so, but
I haven't observed any recently, but I can double check that. We'll go down the street on a cold day and see what it looks like.
Great, thank
Okay. Councilmember Nason, you wanted to add some language?
No, I'm okay.
No, Councilmember McQuaid. Sorry, I'm looking at McQuaid and asking Nason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wanted language requiring reflective paint or tape. Staff, you could probably wordsmith this better than I can, but just to be sure that that's part of what they have to do.
Okay.
yeah, that's fine. And I think it'd be appropriate to actually have that apply to semi-permanent and temporary.
All right. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
So I'd like to move resolution 2021-21 with the added language to require reflective tape to both semi-permanent and temporary structures, and add the materials to the allowed materials as stated earlier.
Have a second, Vice Mayor Jordan?
So just to clarify, the metal and plexiglass would be added after wood frame construction, and the umbrellas would be added to temporary installations.
Correct.
And with that, I will second.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. 2021-22 resolution.
I can go ahead and move it. I think, I don't think there's much conflict on this one.
All
I
right,
will
go ahead.
move 2021-22 as written.
Seconded.
All right, go ahead, Ed.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
And
Finally,
motion carries.
resolution. Thank you, sorry. Ann. Motion, resolution 2021-23. Same one?
If there's no
Vice Mayor
discussion,
Jordan.
if there's no discussion, I'll move 2021.
Hold on.
Okay.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Seems to me that if they have to be shut down for 30 days, they should not be allowed to store their materials, because now they become an unused installation.
Okay.
I like that.
Yep, I do too. Anyone else? Councilmember Tiedemann?
I just wanted to clarify, what would be the proposed change exactly?
I would say resolution amended to include during the period of revocation, it is prohibited to store unused installations and parking stalls, and restoration of on-street parking is required.
I'm cool with that.
Okay. Do we have a motion unless anyone has any additions?
Just a question.
Okay, go ahead.
This would be for Ann or Jeff, that if somebody violates a condition of approval, I assume they have some opportunity to correct their violation before they are suspended for 30 days.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we see something that we think is a potential serious violation, we hope that just by having a conversation with them, the problem will get resolved as quickly as possible. This is really in cases where people aren't responding to us.
Okay.
And then we need to be able to bring it ultimately, or give the business owner really an opportunity to file an appeal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of a due process thing more than anything else.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So then,
go ahead, Councilmember McQuaid.
So while they're in the appeal process, are they still operating as they were in violations? I mean, I'm assuming if they're not responding and they're having to appeal it, that they haven't resolved the situation. Do they continue with their outdoor dining area, or is that stopped during the appeal period?
I would presume that they will continue to violate our attempt to revoke their permit. I would assume that there would be little we could do as a practical matter unless we kind of physically remove the installation ourselves. And I think our preference would be to, if there is some question about it, we would bring it to council promptly so that it would be resolved that through council rather than to unilaterally do something at the staff level.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I would offer, and this isn't to the resolution, but for staff, if something like that comes up, I mean, I'm certainly would be available for a special meeting so that if this comes up, we don't have another meeting for 2 weeks. I think it's best not to leave such situations to play out for that long. So I hope you'll take that latitude should you be faced with that situation.
All right. That's good. All right, we're gonna go with our motion.
I think it's Councilmember McQuaid's motion, so.
I'm waiting on. Go ahead.
I'll move approval of resolution 2021-23 with the amendment. Do you want me to read the amendment again?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Adding to the resolution, during the period of revocation, it is prohibited to store unused installations in parking stalls, and restoration of on-street parking is required.
Okay, thank you.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead, Ann, with a roll call.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan. Do you have a
I
question?
just wanted to appreciate Councilmember McQuaid for remembering what I've said better than I do. I don't remember that pessimism.
It's probably about 20 years ago, but that's okay.
All right. Well, I want to thank staff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ann, for presenting this to us and the thorough work that you did to make sure that this happened. So I appreciate you. Councilmember Nason.
Thank you, Mayor Gary, for the work you did on this and bringing it forward. I think this was a good outcome.
Thank you. And City Manager as well. Thank you all for participating in this. All right. So looks like it's 10:45. I know we have new business 11.1, 11-1. Can we move this to March 15th? If just for sake for time, make sure we get out at 11.
It's fine with me. We could put it on the consent calendar as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan, I know it's your item.
Yeah, no.
You're okay. Okay.
No time pressure. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. Keep ourselves sane.
All right. All right. We'll move this to March 15th. I believe that's the date. All right. We'll go ahead and go to item number 12. Any reports, events that we'll start with Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. First, I want to wish everyone a happy Women's Month. It's still March 1st, so it's the first day of Women's Month. I have attached two items, my report from the February Alameda County Housing Authority, along with some statistics for those using housing vouchers that are just attached for your information. As far as things, I attended the EBA presentation, which I think most of you are also there. As always, lots of webinars. But I also want to comment that I was fortunate enough to receive my second COVID vaccine on Saturday. And I really want to encourage everybody to get their vaccine when it's your turn so that we can move forward in reopening our entire community. Albany has currently 27.9% with the first vaccine, which is second in the county, and 9.3%, which is fourth in the county for the second vaccine. So we're doing well. We've got to keep going. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann, any reports, events?
I attended another meeting for EBCE. The main thing of interest was an update about their process for switching usual or default plans, which I will have something to request for future agenda items because of.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I attended the ACTC meeting, which the big news for us is that the Gilman interchange project is getting close to breaking ground. This is a $62 million project. I assume we are going to have a lengthy traffic nightmare, but when it's all done, we're going to have a much safer neighborhood just across the municipal boundary.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nason. And Vice Mayor Jordan, any meetings, events?
Yes, I attended the Albany County Mosquito Abatement District meeting, but nothing to report from that. And Stop Waste, which is the Waste Management Energy Council meeting. It focused primarily on SB 1383, which I mentioned, I think, in a couple meetings ago, which requires cities on January 1st, 2022 to purchase a certain amount of organic generated product. So this is from materials that are diverted from the landfill, which is green waste. And also learn there's a number of other provisions in there, such as standardizing bin colors, if you will. So our bin colors do not comport with the law. But we have until 2036, I think, to come into compliance with the law. So generous amount of time for those to decay and be replaced. There's also a requirement for the city to purchase 30% recycled content paper products for all paper products, not just office paper. Stop Waste is helping out on all these things. We also, I also raised, I have colleagues in business through my work. I don't have a financial relationship with them, just to be clear, but who are developing biomass fired electric power plants with carbon sequestration. So they're actually negative emission plants. And biomass electricity is eligible for compliance with 1383. So I raised that in the meeting, and Stop Waste staff was interested in talking to the developers of those power facilities. That's what I have to report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. And myself, only event is the community conversations that we have with our 4 expert doctors. I definitely want to thank City Manager, staff, Jeremy and Ann for helping me execute that. Vice Mayor Jordan for jumping in. I know it was last minute, but we did get a favorable outcome. Very informative conversations with the experts. And moving forward, we hope to have many more to educate our community and bring us back together in unity. All right, with that said, we'll move to item number 13, future agenda items. We'll start with Councilmember Nason. Go ahead.
I mentioned this last time, but this year is the year that our MOU with the East Bay Regional Park District will expire. The Park District, and I think I don't report on the Park Advisory Committee because I'm not actually the appointee of the council, but the appointee of the mayor's council. But maybe I should make those reports here as part of the council reports anyway. The crucial thing is now we not only have a new representative on the Park District Board, but we also have word that the new general manager has been appointed. Sabrina Landreth of Oakland will will replace Bob Doyle. So with new leadership in place at the Park District and with our MOU coming to an end, it's probably time for us to begin talking about what are the next steps for us at the Albany waterfront. So I'd like to see that on our agenda. Yes.
We'll go to Vice Mayor Jordan. Hold on one sec. Let me hit the council members. Councilmember McQuaid, any future agenda items?
I'm good.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah.
Okay, down Vice Mayor Jordan. Oh, all right,
No,
Councilmember Tiedemann,
I've
go
got
ahead.
one. So as I mentioned, we have some action coming up with EBCE. Our default power plan is being phased out because it doesn't work. It doesn't, add up. So I'd like to agendize creating a subcommittee to determine what our new default is going to be and explore our options, as it's a big task and I'd love some assistance, and it's going to need to go through both us and the Climate Action Committee. I'd also love to agendize at some point, though this doesn't have a huge rush on it, a study session on our zoning, given our conversation today about SB 9 and what we can do to make our city more accepting, and also given the inspiration that we've gotten about what we can do about exclusionary zoning.
Councilmember McQuaid, you had a question, comment?
I'm just curious as to why all zoning discussions don't start with planning and zoning.
Councilmember Tiedemann, did you want to comment or?
I think the process will need to go through planning and zoning, but I think with some of the things that we could do that at least I have in mind that are pretty big, and having a study session about it seems like a good way to start it off and then start the process to go through planning and zoning. But I'm hoping to have more discussions with staff in the coming weeks about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Hold on, Councilmember Nason. Vice Mayor Jordan, any agenda items?
I don't have any item, but if there's time, I'm like my ignorance filled in on what the MOU with the Park District, just in 3 sentences regards.
Okay. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
It was an effort. There was a thought at the time that the city of Albany would transfer the bull the East Bay Regional Park District. But for a variety of reasons, the MOU was never acted on, and at this point, transfer looks like it's probably very far in the future, if ever. So we probably need to think about how we address that. I did want to say something about what Councilmember Tiedemann said, and I think that I'd like to see us give our advisory committees a sense of ownership and autonomy around things, and we want them to do certain things. We want to refer things to them. I think that we should look at this in terms of putting on their work plan to kick this off, and then bring it to us, and then have us do our work on it. That would just be my suggestion for a procedure. Yep.
Okay. All right. Looks like we have 5 minutes. I believe we have a public comment that we didn't get to. I apologize.
Can I say something in response to Councilmember?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead, and then we can let the public in for a minute.
Yes, I'll be super quick. On the process question, I am fine with giving this planning and zoning. I think it's great to have their input. Having a study session on it was just something I discussed with the city manager. And either way, I'd love for us to agendize it somehow, either putting it on their work plan or us discussing it and then referring it to them.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and let I think we have one attendee. I can't see myself. There it is. Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I guess, I don't know if the public's allowed to make comments on all those resolutions, 20-21, or make positive suggestions in a way. I don't know, the things about Solano Avenue, I agree with the reflective tape. It's very dangerous, yeah, having people sit in a chair with the AC transit bus driving less than a yard away. Just it just doesn't seem safe, right? Having people eating in parking spaces. I mean, why don't we have outdoor dining on San Pablo? Why don't we have Happy Donuts or Hot Shot Burrito? I should say names. Why don't we have restaurants open on San Pablo? Well, of course not. San Pablo is way too fast. It's too dangerous. Well, Solano is dangerous too, right? I don't know. Yeah, those bollards could be filled with water. Could be a lot more safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Make sure that I didn't miss anyone. There's one more comment. Go ahead, please.
There is a message from Mala. Mala, मुझे तुमसे प्यार है. Will you marry me, Mala?
Okay. Sorry about that confusion. Anyone else have anything they would like to say before we adjourn? No? All right. Well, with that said, we are adjourned. I wish everyone a great evening and a happy week, and I'll see you in 2 weeks, March 15th. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mayor.